restarting it.
People
Okay.
are like, Pog, LOL, stream glitching, you know. People find fun in everything.
Okay, we're back. We started over. We've respawned.
No, it's because it's raining heavy.
Yeah, it's raining pretty heavy, and so the internet just well, the power itself just.
Flickering the lights.
Yeah, we are back. How you doing? So anybody who's in the previous chat, let's let them know that the party has moved on over to here. Here. Okay, let me. Sorry, I'm messing about, making sure that the previous stream is everyone's able to get over here safely. So I looked up the games in the App Store. They've been out for at least 5 years, updated 2 months ago. Interesting. Skibbity Rain. Boowomp. Was good chat. Yeah, it was good chat. Unfortunately. Check out the armors. Okay, we'll just do standard. Yeah, not really happy with any of these. We'll have to make do. It also doesn't help that that with Halo MCC, like none of these armors are actually what they look like when you spawn into the game. They don't look right in the menu just because the way that they're rendered, but we'll deal with it. Okay, I'm gonna hop on over to social games. We're gonna do big team battle. I'm gonna get all of these selected, except for Precision Slayer. We want to do this so that we can have like our loadouts and stuff, because you know we're playing the authentic games. Let me turn back on Xbox Live. Or try to reconnect or something, you know. Save as. Okay. We good? We good. Okay. Why does my brain like the Halo 4 armor? Why am I enjoying how it looks? I mean, we all have preferences. That's okay. Will you be making more Halo weird oddity videos like the ladders? Oh yeah, you betcha. In fact, I missed quite a few ladders. So probably what will happen is I will have to do a follow-up to the ladder video where I will have to dive deeper. I'll have to mention the ones that I forgot, and then I'll probably have to figure out how to go even deeper. Because there's probably some stuff about the ladders that are just bizarre, like in Halo's code and the way that they work and stuff. So I could figure out how to stretch it, because I am nothing if not very good at taking a really mundane topic and getting really interested in it and invested in it. Other potential topics are an 18-minute video about how Halo's water tech works. That's one idea. 30+ minute lore video on Halo's ladders. I like the fuel rod spanker. I used it in Firefight, and one of the other guys had one too. Yeah, the fuel rod spanker is like good mechanically, you know. Nothing is wrong with its inclusion from a mechanical sense. It's mostly just the aesthetic thing that people take issue with, which I completely understand. I feel like Halo Studios is probably sitting on a lot of Brute-themed spanker models that are ready to go for the microtransactions shop. And what I'm thinking is, rather than, because the fuel rod spanker is so obviously a fuel rod themed microtransaction that was going to be in the shop that they decided to instead use as the model for this fuel rod spanker because they didn't have the resources to actually do a proper fuel rod gun. What I'm thinking though is, okay, if you really want this to feel like you're making cuts, you're making compromises. So if this is really going to be a banished modified rocket launcher, why not find one of your banished themed microtransactions for the rocket launcher and have that be the basis for the fuel rod spanker rather than like the very, I don't want to say fourth wall breaking, but you know what I mean, right? Like the fuel rod spanker does not look like something the banished would make. It looks like something a AAA game studio would make to release as a microtransaction skin. The color of plasma and its significance would make a great 14-hour and 26-minute length video. Maybe even like the texture of plasma, because plasma has changed quite a bit. In Halo 1, it was like hot and burning almost. And then as Bungie went on, it took on more like electrical properties. And then with Halo Infinite, they've hard pivoted to it being a liquid. Because now they have like the different damage types. So you've got like the kinetic stuff, where kinetic stuff is usually yellow or orange. You know, like the explosions of the grenades, the tracer rounds fired. And so plasma was given a very different looking identity, and that was liquid. Maybe a video about the Marines. Late night, I'm sorry to ask you this, but are you ever going to finish Half-Life 2? Probably at some point. Did you see the new Siege Overhaul update? I did see. They're calling it Rainbow... Okay, hang on. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege X. That's the name of it. And I have no idea what it is. I think I saw Mr. Nowhere for half a second. And then he vanished. What happened? Mr. Nowhere? You okay, dude?
It says message deleted by Frozen Fire.
Frozen Fire? What?
I think it was an accident.
Was there friendly fire?
Did my phone just prank me?
Oh.
I'm gonna cry. It's
Oh
okay.
my. It's okay.
It was an accident. It's okay.
It's okay. It was just an accident. What was his message?
I don't know where it's okay. It's okay.
Frozen, you're okay, man. You're okay, dude.
Are you okay?
Wait, Mr. Nowhere, if you're in the chat, dude. Nowhere faded into the ether. I picture it like Thanos, like Frozen Fire just instinctually snapped. And then Mr. Nowhere just like disintegrated into dust. I just donated? I think so. Did it come with a message, dude?
It did. It came with a message. It's okay. It's okay. Let me find it.
How are you doing, Mr. Nowhere? I appreciate Mr. Nowhere. I don't know what happened. I said starting to think late night streams whenever he needs a tank of gas. I'm happy to fund your fossil fuels. That is so nice. Yeah, it's about $50 to fill up the tank completely. Mr. Nowhere, that's so nice of you, dude. Seriously, I appreciate it whenever you're on here. In fact, I was playing Halo earlier and I saw you hop online because we're friends on Xbox Live. Nowhere got Halo ring. Yeah. How you doing, Mr. Nowhere? You got MCC installed? Here, we're gonna begin matchmaking now. So, okay, here's what I am currently going to be searching for. So if you guys got MCC, hop on or get out, you know? And then we are going to hear the playlists. Let's see if we can populate these. Let me also make sure that all of my settings are correct. Okay, we are looking good. Okay, yeah, we are looking good. Golden, in fact. It's all good, Frozen Fire, and yeah, I got it installed. Awesome. You want to hop on, Mr. Nowhere? Wow. Wow, people are playing Halo 4 tonight. Okay, we may have to pivot over to a less dead game then. I'm still waiting for that Sonic video after your community post. Yeah, so that Sonic video, how I'm going to do it, I think, is I'm probably not going to make a hyper-scripted video. It'll probably be something more of a gameplay commentary over perhaps one of my favorite Sonic levels. Oof. Did you start 2 streams? Yes, I did. The rain outside flickered the power, which shut off the internet, which ended the stream. That's the series of events. So we are back. We're back up. You know, howdy. And yeah, we've got a webcam because I thought it would be fun to see some of my facial expressions. Plus, now I can talk with my hands. Likewise, as Nowhere, just in bite-sized pieces with plenty of opinions attached. Also, hi, I'm up in the Sunshine Coast taking a short beach holiday. Sunshine Coast? Where is the Sunshine Coast? That's not the East Coast, right? Oh. That's awesome, dude. Andrew, how are things going? Did you finally get to see Sonic 3? Sonic Racing Crossworld looks so good, and it's being developed by Initial D developers. I'm excited about Sonic Racing Crossworld. This is going to sound preposterous, but I am not the biggest Mario Kart fan, because I think Mario Kart is too kind of like slow and boring. So those Sonic Racing games, they speak to me. They're very exciting. They're very chaotic. They also, this is going to be something else that's sacrilegious. They also usually look better, I think, artistically. They're more interesting to look at than the Mario Kart games, which I think around the Wii era is when Mario Kart started to look a little bit like boring, you know? So I'm incredibly excited that the Sonic Racing games are not dead after whatever that like awful last one was. I didn't even bother with that one. I think I own it, but I have not opened it up on Steam. Like I have not touched it because I've heard nothing but bad things. Oh boy. Hang on. Damn it. Okay. I thought I had MCC installed, but I don't. Oops. You could potentially just install MCC with Halo. With Halo, I'm thinking, because I'm trying to think what we're going to do. We'll probably do Halo 2. Probably some, like both Halo 2 and Halo 2 Anniversary stuff. I don't know. It's up to you, man. What games do you have installed, though? North of Brisbane. Okay, gotcha. Australia. Not yet, but I'm hoping to get it done soon before it gets shunted from theaters. Glad to see the webcam back in action. It feels good to have the webcam back in action, man. Also, the Quake 4 Halo mod was finally released. The Halo Fractures Strog mod that this one guy in the community had been working on for a while. So I realized with horror that I do not actually own Quake 4. So I'll have to change that. Do you have GTFO? I do not have GTFO. GTFO, that's the game from some of the Payday guys, right? Or I should say ex-Payday guys. Infinite is installed. Gotcha. Okay, you got Halo Infinite. We could also do, like, we could include Halo Infinite, like, kind of like dead playlists. I'm trying to think of what playlists are dead in Halo Infinite, because it's not hard to find games in Infinite. Everyone's kind of spread out amongst their favorites. Okay. What is going on? This is... Oops. Always try Reach Invasion. That's a good one. That's a great suggestion, actually. What, are you guys up for Reach Invasion? And if we can't get Reach Invasion working, we're going to do Reach Invasion custom games. Okay? That way you guys don't have to deal with, like, the ranked skill-based matchmaking BS. Do you have Lethal Company, Doom 26... Okay, so I have no, yes, yes, no. That's my list. Hoping this will be a regular live stream then. May not be hunting for 100 splatters for the Halo 2 anniversary achievement. Ooh, Kyle. Okay. What we're going to do then is we're going to hop on over to Halo 2 anniversary big team battles so we can help Kyle get that achievement. What do you guys think? There's an achievement in Halo 2 anniversary for getting 100 splatters. If any of you don't have the achievement, hop on over to Halo 2 Anniversary right now. We're going achievement hunting, okay? Let's fill up the Halo 2 Anniversary Big Team Battle playlist, and hopefully we can get as many of you that achievement tonight. Let me know in the comment section. Let me know in the chat if you get the achievement, and we'll keep like a counter for everybody who gets the achievement tonight. And remember, don't if you see somebody in a... Okay, here are the rules. Okay, we're doing... Basically, think of it kind of like split screen, but we can't see each other's screen. Like, we're all friends here, right? If you're playing online right now and you see someone in a vehicle and they are charging at you, honor rules. Okay, honor rules, let them hit you. Just for tonight, okay? Don't get mad if somebody splatters you tonight. Don't dodge. Let them do it, because chances are that person is trying to get that achievement. So I'm going to operate by those honor rules. If I am a sitting duck and a vehicle is barreling down towards me, I will not dodge. Mr. Nowhere, probably no MCC for me tonight. That's okay, Mr. Nowhere. We might play some Halo Infinite as well. So, yeah, Mr. Nowhere, you got to get that MCC downloaded, man. Oh god, less than 10 minutes on the Halo 4 download. You lied to me. Don't worry, we'll do it. We'll go back and forth. And Kyle, by the way, I forgot to say, dude, thank you for the $10. That's very generous of you. And Mr. Nowhere, of course, man, thank you so much for the $50. It's always appreciated, dude. I love having you in the chat, man. Andrew, bugger, my computer's back home. Maybe next stream. Yeah, that's completely fine, Andrew. By the way, Andrew, I know that Game Pass lets you play... you can mod Game Pass games, but it's kind of weird, right? What are the rules behind that? Currently searching for a lobby with the same playlists. It's not looking good. Hold steady. Hold. Okay, we'll find a game. Yeah, what's going on with the Rainbow Six... Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege X, a Ubisoft original. What's going on with that? Is it literally just an engine update? Kind of like what Counter-Strike 2 was to CSGO. Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer is so fun, but so ugly. It hasn't aged well. Like, visually, I'll say that much. I think back when it released, there was that initial shock of, like, a next-gen Halo game. As well as Halo running at 60 FPS. And so it looked really good. As well as just kind of like the frustration with the Reclaimer saga aesthetic. But as time has gone on and we've seen games like Halo Infinite come out, that do that old Bungie style aesthetic really, really damn well. I think Halo 2 Anniversary kind of ends up looking a bit rough. Searching for, oh yeah. It's literally a casual asymmetrical mode. Invasion, yeah. Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer has some visual downgrades since it's coming to PC. Yeah, it did. It's like, I don't remember if it's the decals or if it's some of the detail textures, but they got, like, kind of stuck on the lowest quality setting. So Halo 2 Anniversary, even though it's running at 4K now, it technically looks worse than it did when it launched. And it was a downgrade that they just never fixed, you know? They dropped it on PC, a bunch of bugs happened, and then they never fixed those bugs. Halo 2 Anniversary has a good campaign, though. Yeah. I don't know why I had to pause. Yeah, Halo 2 Anniversary is a good, solid remaster. I take issue with some of the artistic choices that it made, and largely I prefer the look of the original Halo 2, as well as the audio design of the original Halo 2, and just the music. But where combat evolved, I will fight with people about them preferring the remaster over the Bungie original. But with Halo 2 Anniversary, that's something where I totally get why people are comfortable playing the remaster. Like, it's not a big deal. The remaster is fine for what it is. Okay, it's not Siege 2, it's just a visual update. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because that Siege engine, that was getting a little bit long in the tooth. It's getting a little bit old. And it wasn't even like Rainbow Six Siege was the most impressive game in the world when it launched. Like, I think the presentation for it was a lot stronger than its actual graphical capabilities. It had that kind of, like, stock Ubisoft look, if you know what I mean, where it's like all the people looked like they were made out of paper. Environments look sort of flat, and there isn't, like, a lot of nuance. But when, you know, shots are ringing off, walls are exploding and stuff, Siege looks pretty awesome in motion. I'm in the game, but only Durandal is here. Loved the ladder's overview. I'm glad you liked it. I always wanted to see classic Halo 2 multiplayer remastered using the campaign's remastered graphics. It's a big missed opportunity that didn't happen. I would have liked to see that too. It was probably a little bit too ambitious for the time frame that they had to work with. Searching Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer still. Big team battle. Maybe Siege will finally look like that E3 showcase from 12 years ago. Oh, I don't think that they'll ever do that. Because that showcase is not, like, it's not good from, like, a playability standpoint, like a competitive standpoint. Which, that was like a very dumb, stupid period in Ubisoft's history where they were just, I don't think they realized it. I think it's just like Ubisoft, they're very frustrating as a game publisher / developer. They have like a lot of like pride in themselves and their legacy and their history, and they think that they like they think that they produce really high form art when they're really no different from like Activision or EA. But for them, I don't think that it's them trying to manipulate people when they show off a game and it has way better graphics. What I think it is it's basically the equivalent of using Photoshop on Instagram, where you're just trying to look like your best, and so you're manipulating it, and you're like not just Photoshop but also setting up the proper lighting and stuff. Like you think of like Rainbow Six Siege. They were like, okay, they turn the time of day all the way down, and then in post-production they crank up the contrast so that whites look really bright, you know, because that'll make the sparks look more attractive. They're like, we got to, because they're French, we got to make it more cinematic. This is a multiplayer game, but it can't be boring. They're just going to be complaining on their microphones. We got to make the hostage be complaining to the camera. Make it seem cinematic. So it's like one thing after another, and they've constructed a demo that is so focused on being cool and looking awesome that they accidentally misrepresented what the project was. I don't think it was them trying to lie. I think it was them just stuck in their own bubble, and nobody told them, no, this isn't a good idea. So that's disappointing. Nobody's playing Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer. So you know what we'll do? Competitive games. Let's see if anybody's playing Invasion. Bring back the All Skulls On podcast. Was it really even a podcast? I think Actman did three or four or five of those. I mean, it would be cool if he, you know, if that continued, but hey, if you guys need a fun Halo-themed podcast to listen to, you should check my community posts. Warthog Radio is live with its first episode, and this coming week I'm going to be recording episode 2. When you said you have 2016, do you have it on PC? I do have it on PC. They are still planning to keep it competitive. They'll just add better visuals and some new mechanics. They'll show it off in March. Gotcha. Oh boy, new mechanics. That worries me a little bit. Was Hidden Xperia ever on a podcast with you? I don't remember. Luke and I have been friends for a decade now. So the likelihood of us doing a podcast together is extremely high. Please wait, for the love of God, I'm so close. You truly captured the annoying arrogance and pretentiousness of French people. I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to capture the annoying pretentiousness of Ubisoft. Our new game, Watch Dogs. Aiden Pierce, he's the protagonist. He has a baseball cap. It is iconic. Remember when... Okay, so this is an annoying thing that Ubisoft does. Something that is iconic becomes iconic culturally. You know, like, it's not up to the person who makes the thing. If it's going to be iconic, it's usually up to, like, you know, us, culture. Like, Halo... wasn't made of, it wasn't like a bunch of people in a room saying, we're gonna make an iconic video game. They just made the game and it was great and it became iconic because of that. Ubisoft, though, they prematurely declare everything that they do as iconic. So they called, like, Aiden Pierce, you know, the guy from Watch Dogs, like the stupid asshole in the trench coat with the baseball cap. They said, like, pre-order, and you can get access to a real-life recreation of Aiden Pierce's iconic baseball cap. It's like, nobody thinks his baseball cap is iconic. I've never used Game Pass, So I have no idea on this. Assuming the files are stored locally, it might work. Still recommend peeking into the terms of service to clarify. I'll probably have to do something like that. It's just, I don't know. The Game Pass games, they get installed as like Windows apps. So they're kind of locked down. I'm trying. Nobody's playing Invasion or Halo 2 Anniversary Big Team Battle, which is extremely disturbing. Are you guys all searching? I really like Hidden Experience content. I hope his eye gets better. Yeah, he, it seems to be a genetic thing in his family. He said he's not the only one who's had it in his family. And so he is looking towards getting it removed. And thankfully it doesn't seem to be, yeah. I asked him about that and he said no. Yeah. Are you pro or anti-Halo reboot?
I thought he said, are you pro?
Like pro player? Pro crow? I think I'm pro. But not pro... I'm pro reboot in the same vein as, like, what Resident Evil is doing. Where they're not, like, foot down declaring that nothing that came before counts anymore. They're more like allowing both to be technically correct. You can either count the original games as canon or the remakes. You know, whatever you prefer. Alrighty. Let's do some Halo 2 anniversarying. Oof. Oof. To quote Roblox. Oh man. Did you just say Crow Pro? A club member.
We pro.
Yeah, we pro Crow. We changed the status Crow. Why is Halo 2 Anniversary so dead? Well, I think, you know, Halo 2 Anniversary is like 10 years old now. It's similar to like any Halo game after 10 years, you know? There are only a certain amount of human beings on planet Earth, and some of them are going to grow up, some of them are going to get out of gaming, some are going to play other games. Like, I don't think anybody's going to be playing Halo for a decade, you know? Unless you're a Halo content creator.
Never surrender.
Oof, oof. Halo 3 doesn't seem dead. Well, I think Halo 3 is also just, like, pretty damn fun. Where with Halo 2 Anniversary, like, all the different Halo games, there's little stinkies about them that sort of ruin the experience for people. Like, Halo 1 was not designed for matchmaking, so it doesn't feel fair for a lot of people running around on maps designed for 2v2 split screen, but they're playing with 8 players, you know, in 4v4. As well as just, like, the netcode not really working that well. Then you've got Halo 2, which, again, network doesn't feel quite right. Doesn't feel like it did on the original Xbox. As well as just, that game is so old that people have, like, thoroughly optimized the strategies to lock down maps. And so it just inherently doesn't feel that fun. Yeah, look at this. Something's up with the assets. Look at that.
Blue is the superior color. Shut up.
It didn't look like that at launch. And then there's also a couple more examples, which I'll show. I would love to be able to revisit the original Halo 2 Anniversary, just for, like, comparison's sake, because there were a lot of things that were bugged. Yeah, like, look at the assets. Sort of frustrating a little bit, but here's another instance. You can see there, it looks like it's not loading in correctly, and that's because it's not. That's supposed to be a higher resolution, but it was broken during the porting process to PC. Damn it. Do you play at a locked 60 FPS late night? Only when I'm streaming, so that my computer doesn't, like, lose its mind. Because sometimes that happens. My computer gets a little bit overwhelmed by the game running at upwards of 200 frames per second. Grab a disc and run it on an Xbox that doesn't have a connection to the internet. Well, is Halo 2 Anniversary on disc? Or is it one of the games that you had to download? Because remember, that was a controversy at the... Believe it or not, that was a controversy at the launch of Halo MCC. Not all the Halo games were actually on disc. When you bought the disc, you had to do, a pretty sizable patch to download the rest of the Master Chief Collection games. Which is crazy to think about, because now, Call of Duty games are launching with just no data on the disc. What would be your ideal gun goose? MGs, grenade launchers, or both? I think I prefer the way that Halo 5 and Halo Infinite do the gun goose. Like just the boom boom. The two grenades, one at a time. I think that the machine gun is a little bit too powerful. You are playing Gen 2 competitive Pokemon and you have to choose between Snorlax or Lugia. Which one do you pick? I think Is this a trick question? Snorlax? I think I'd pick Snorlax. Is that the correct... Is that correct? Okay. Damn it. Okay. Do you like Dark Souls? Okay, my relationship with FromSoft games is very complicated. I did not pay Dark Souls any mind when it released, because I thought it was just hard for the sake of being hard. An opinion I arrived at without even touching the game. And then I played Bloodborne for the PS4, because it was, I bought a PS4, and I had to justify the purchase. And so I bought Bloodborne, and I played it, and it took a little while, but when Bloodborne had its claws in my brain, it wouldn't let go, and Bloodborne has gone on to become one of my favorite games of all time. Dark Souls 3 then came out, and I tried to get into it, but it was Dark Souls 3. It was the third game in the series, and I felt like I was missing out, so I would have wanted to go back and play Dark Souls 1 and 2 first. But then by then, things were happening, new games were releasing, I never found the time to. Then Elden Ring came out, and I was like, oh boy, finally, I can get into this game. And I struggle. I have played through the start of Elden Ring so many times, and I always give up. And not give up because it's too hard, just something about it doesn't, reach into my brain the same way that, Bloodborne did. So I would very much love to play through Dark Souls and finally beat it. Because I know that if I can get over that initial, hurdle, my brain will latch on, and then I will have a really good time with it. Because I really liked Bloodborne. Just whenever I'm playing Elden Ring or try playing Dark Souls or something, I'm just like, God, Bloodborne was such a good game. I don't know what it is about Bloodborne. I think it's just the fantasy setting I'm not a big fan of unless it's Lord of the Rings, Legend of Zelda, or The Elder Scrolls. But Opinion on ladders? Ladders are pretty cool. Like, just generally. Yeah. Yeah, what about step stools? Bloodborne is really good. Yeah, Bloodborne is... God, Bloodborne's really good. Bloodborne is such a freaking good game.
He's just a
And
chill guy.
it's also really nice that it came out before everybody learned the word Lovecraftian or cosmic horror and have now just started using that to describe literally everything.
Yeah, stop arguing, guys.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a wholesome
My wife
video
said I
game.
farted and it was cosmic horror. Like, basically that's what like has happened, unfortunately, culturally to Lovecraftian style horror now is everybody calls I heard somebody call BioShock
it's like
cosmic horror, and it's
color.
like BioShock takes place at the bottom of the sea, as furthest away from outer space as you can get. Very Lovecraftian of you to explode to that grenade, LNG. Yeah, that was very eldritch of me to just explode like that. Yeah, but Bloodborne came out before everybody decided that they were experts on Lovecraft horror. And Bloodborne is still to this day probably the best Lovecraft game. And Lovecraft horror is only a part of Bloodborne. Like, Bloodborne is just a celebration of, like, European, / Western horror. It's got, like, that, like, haunted mansion with vampires in it, where it suddenly becomes gothic horror. The streets of Yharnam are, like, people are turning into werewolves and, like, running around. So, like, you know, that's werewolf stuff. Dookie horror. The Amnesia games are what one would call cosmic horror. I wouldn't say the Amnesia games. I'd say... No, I wouldn't even... I haven't played the new Amnesia game. I just don't think I consider any of them really cosmic in any grand sense. I mean, the first one, maybe. It's got elements of it. But even the first one, I think, is almost more... like Clive Barker-esque, the type of horror, where it's like people become their own monsters.
Slayer Pro.
The Flood are a cosmic
Kill
horror.
the enemy team to score.
Under 343 Industries, yes, the Flood are cosmic horror.
First strike. Gain the lead.
Which, if the Flood were to ever return, it would be pretty damn cool to see 343/Halo Studios handle the Flood, because the cosmic horror angle of the Flood is probably the most interesting thing, I think, about, like, their take on Forerunner lore.
Gain the lead.
Black Ops 3 got cosmic horror with the zombies. Sort of, yeah. Black Ops 3 zombies used cosmic horror more as, like, a set dressing for a zombie map, which was Shadows of Evil. And even then, it wasn't, like, it wasn't amazing cosmic horror. It used it more as a costume, you know? LNG question, do you still play Destiny? I remember back in the Halo 5 days, you used to play it all the time. Now I hardly hear you talk about it. I have fallen off of I've not just fallen off of Destiny, I've suddenly become 5,000 pounds and fell off Destiny and then fell through the floor. That's how hard I've fallen off of Destiny, unfortunately. Like, Final Shape, I had a lot of fun with that. Content-wise. I played the content. The content was fun. But narratively, I was very, very unsatisfied. I haven't really been satisfied with Destiny's story in a while, or its content, really. think Beyond Light was probably the last time I actually liked the content in a Destiny expansion. With Shadowkeep / Forsaken being the last time I was, like, invested in the Destiny story. But just, I don't know. As time has gone on, like, Destiny is just... I just lost interest, man. How would you re-implement ladders into modern Halo? Keep the walk forward while looking up or down, or use proper locked climbing animations? To be honest, I do locked climbing animations. Like, you can see your Spartan's hands gripping them, because as much as I prefer ladders and gameplay features not being binary, you know? Being a little bit more organic, a little bit more flexible, like you can slip and slide off of ladders rather than being locked on. I do think that it is just so awkward climbing ladders in these old Halo games. I can deal with it, but I do know that modern gamers would probably have none of it. So just for the sake of making it easier to understand, you'd probably want like an animation, and they kind of get locked onto the ladder unless you jump off of it, you know? Hey, there's Midnight. Destiny's Fall broke my heart. Yeah. So you don't even consider Amnesia Rebirth? Oh, I have not played Amnesia Rebirth. Apparently they brought back Oryx. Thought we killed him in 2015. Destiny can bring back whoever they want. Like, none of it's good. It comes back. It comes off as because of the modern way that Destiny is written and the super obvious change in creative leadership and writing style and stuff. Everything that they do feels like fan fiction to me. It just, none of it comes across as like a genuine progression of the Destiny franchise. Like, my moment of like a crack, you know, in like my enjoyment of Destiny came when The Witness was introduced. When they were like, remember that thing that we've been talking about for 5 fucking years about how this force that is opposite of the Traveler called the Darkness destroyed our solar system? What we really meant to say, what we really meant was it was this guy and 7 to 8 empty pyramids. That's when I was like, I'm sorry, what? And then after that, it just like went downhill. Like, Savathun didn't hit with me. I don't think Savathun was that satisfying, finally meeting her in game. And then kind of like retconning the Hive's origin so that it could justify the Witness retcon, that like actually it was the Witness all along, and the Witness personally turned the Hive into the Hive, and just no. I've never personally found the Flood scary in any of the Halo games. Like, I've heard so much about how fans describe it. I find the concept of what they do more scary. Yeah, as far as, like, the actual presentation of the Flood are concerned, I don't think they've ever been scary in any of the Halo games. Like, I'll say it, okay? When people do those playing Halo Combat Evolved for the first time, and they're like, the Flood terrified me, oh, you know, and they're doing the face and the thumb, like, no. I'm sorry, you were not scared by the little, like, squinkies running on the floor. Like, no, you were not terrified by that, okay? You were playing it up for a YouTube video. Like, the Flood have never been scary. I think they're scary if you're, like, maybe 10. But they're not scary. And I don't think Bungie's intention was for them to be terrifying. Yeah, Destiny's story got so uninteresting. So much potential wasted because of lack of presentation and vision. Oh yeah, don't even get me started on how Destiny's story went from like... And granted, some of this is, you know, because the production of Destiny was very messy, and Bungie didn't even know the game they were trying to make. But it turned into kind of like a Dark Souls-like situation where, because the narrative was so vague, the world building was allowed to kind of flourish and become very mysterious and promise a world just beyond the play space. But then modern Bungie, like with their just the current way that they write their games, now Destiny is essentially like a really bad soap opera where a bunch of characters stand around a room, motion capture acted, and like walk around and talk to each other, professing their love or how they're secretly related to one another or how they're conflicted, and they need a pep talk, even though feeling conflicted is not the kind of character that they are. And they do this for weeks and weeks. Oh, and they ignore you, by the way. Like, they'll teleport into a room, walk around talking to each other, doing soap opera stuff, acting like you're not even standing there. Like, you can walk through them, you can run up to them, teabag them, they won't even notice that you're there, and then they'll teleport out of the room. And then you'll have to go over to a computer and talk to another guy, and it's just bad soap opera dialogue, bad soap opera plots, none of the interesting world-building stuff that used to make Destiny feel so grand and epic. I'm getting Sonic Frontiers this week. Oh, Isaiah, that's exciting, dude. I'm very, very excited. Sonic Frontiers is so damn good. Donuts were consumed, says Loan Me a Smile. Speaking of Sonic, Donut Lord. That's a Sonic reference, right? The Mirelurks in Fallout 3 freaked me out. Yeah, the Mirelurks were scary in Fallout 3, I remember. But I don't think they were scary, like, on purpose. I think it was just, like, their running animation. And the fact that, like, Fallout 3 was kind of, like, unwieldy, control-wise. So it's like this giant crab thing is, like, running at you. And the frame rate is, like, 12 frames per second. And you can't hit it. How is the story experience for Destiny as a new player? Oh, it's terrible. It's really bad. It's very, very bad. Oof. Halo Legacy says, suddenly LNG wants the QTE event of Halo 4's elevator climb to be part of the regular gameplay movement. Shakes my head. Hell is frozen over. No, no, no. The QuickTime event in Halo 4, where you have to spend over a minute basically like doing minor inputs so that you can watch the game play the exciting part for you. That's not what I want. What I want is kind of like Doom Eternal. If you go to a ladder, it's like, boom, now you climb. You hold up, and it's like, do, you know, and you climb up the ladder, or you can go back down the ladder. And if you just press jump, oh, here, he should run me over. No, okay. And if you press jump, you abort. You just jump right off the ladder. That's what I want. I don't want, like, Halo 4's, like... And now the game grinds to a halt, so you can watch the game be cinematic. Because the producers played Call of Duty, and they wanted that in Halo. I'm interested in what form Sonic Frontiers 2 will take. Yeah, like, So here's a theory that I have. Sonic Frontiers 2, my immediate theory is that Sonic Frontiers 2 will be a lot more lighthearted. I don't think it'll be kind of like as melancholic as Frontiers 1 was, which I'm disappointed by, but it's what I'm anticipating, because I like the melancholic, broody stuff. I don't think we'll ever go back to, at least for the time being, the Sonic Colors type of humor. It'll be more like Sonic X Shadow Generations. And then what I'm expecting is that the open world will probably be a little bit more arcadey. Like, it'll have less of, like, a realistic look to it, and it'll be more of, like, a wacky kind of thing. They'll have to figure out why you're jumping into levels. So, it's hard to say. That's what I'm anticipating. I'm anticipating a more abstract kind of like Green Hill Zone-y, loop-de-loops, weird, you know, environments and stuff. More of Shadow Generations is welcome. It is certainly welcome. I'm also sort of anticipating a fleshing out of the physics system. Because probably the worst aspect of Sonic Frontiers that you have to like get over to enjoy the game is it's similar to Halo Infinite in that the physics engine doesn't... The physics engine and the engine itself doesn't feel like it was truly designed for the modern environments, because back on the Xbox 360 and the original Xbox, a field of grass was like a flat plane, and then, you know, harsh angle, now we're going down, where now games, the geometry is so complex, it's got so many bumps and grooves and stuff with it, that in Halo Infinite, in its open world, like, your Warthog is constantly flipping over little pieces of geometry. Like, the physics was clearly not designed for how complex modern environments are. And Sonic Frontiers is the same way. So if you run across an environment in Sonic Frontiers, you can see him, like, constantly, like up and down, like jittering and vibrating in and out of little random high poly dips and grooves in the environment. And the way that they solved it in Sonic X Shadows Generations for Shadows open world is the open world is a flat surface. There is no hill. There are no hills. It's just all flat. So that's something they're probably going to figure out, I think, for the next Sonic game. They're going to figure out how to smooth his locomotion over complex terrain. Will Frontiers 2 add more playable characters, in your opinion? It's so hard to say. If Frontiers 2 takes the same amount of development time, like 5 years or whatever, like if they do want this to be a very, very modern, high-budget game, you know, after the success of Frontiers and then the success of Sonic X Shadow, like, maybe? It would be cool to have, like, more playable characters back. God, it would be awesome to have another Sonic Adventure game. Yeah, E-Day seems cool. E-Day does seem cool. Neil Masters is not happy about E-Day. I am happy about E-Day, though. It's one of those things where to enjoy a long-running franchise, you have to just sort of go with the flow. Like, just go with the flow. Rather than be like, why aren't they working on X? Just see what their current project is going to be. Like, don't take it so seriously, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because Neil is very unhappy that they're not doing Gears of War 6. Which, yeah, you know. Gears of War 5 ended on a pretty damn serious cliffhanger, so it's extremely bizarre that over half a decade later they're making a prequel instead of a Gears of War 6. Like, is Gears of War 6 going to release a decade after Gears of War 5, you know? Like, it's confusing, but it's also just like, it's okay. It's just Gears of War. E-Day's probably going to be good.
Welcome.
In fact, E-Day's probably going to be great.
Take them from behind, brother.
It is unintentionally the perfect kind of game to make right now, because the Gears community is very sour on Gears of War 5. Hype around the modern type of Gears of War style, like the modern characters, is kind of like low, I think. Like, not for like a lack of trying, but I don't think Kate and what's his name, Dell, as well as JD, I don't think any of them are nearly as, like, iconic as Dom, Baird, like, all of those characters. So now, Xbox is coming to PlayStation. What do? You're going to get a whole bunch of PlayStation players to be like, this is what Gears of War is. Tell a story that's never been told. Tell the story of Emergence Day. Gears of War fans have been wanting this for ages. PlayStation fans don't know what a Gears game is. And so you put all of your money into a really, really, really high-budget E-Day game. And now a whole bunch of players are going to know what Gears of War is, because they experienced E-Day together. So they're, you know, if a Gears of War collection comes along now, they're going to be like, hell yeah, like now we know what Gears of War is about. And then maybe they can build enough momentum on the PlayStation 5 by letting them kind of live through the Gears of War series in chronological order by porting the original Gears games, then Gears 4, then Gears 5, and then, once they're all there, Gears 6. And you've got that momentum back. You had a series of W's, you know, from the gaming community. And I think that reintroducing Gears 5 to the PlayStation 5 audience, that would actually probably garner a lot of goodwill, because they won't be, like, as, you know, annoying and bitchy, I think, as the Xbox community. And then I think Gears of War 6 would probably be quite exciting. Coltrane, baby! Yeah, Coltrane's great. I freaking love Coltrane. God, we don't get characters like Coltrane anymore in games. Like, characters that are just genuinely enthusiastic. That are just... They're just nice. They're really cool, really fun. You get a lot of, like, little mini Robert Downey Jr.'s running around, where everybody is, like, a snarky asshole. I'll probably be able to play the next match. Oh, seriously? It's almost done? Mr. Nowhere, this is good news. Dare I say, this is amazing news. This is my biggest issue with games like Halo and Gears going back in time. I don't want to wait 10 years to see if the writers continue the stories of Infinite in Gears 5. Isaiah, the best way to survive this, my friend, that I have learned from, like, being irrationally upset by Halo 5 in a way that, like, no normal human should be triggered by something that isn't real, and then the disappointment of Halo Infinite, the lesson I've learned is just go with the flow. If it's a good story, it's a good story. If not, oh well, I can't wait to see what they're going to do next. Just go with the flow. And you'll enjoy it. You'll be a lot happier. I've never played a Gears game. Gears is great, dude. Gears of War is just very, very good fun. Especially if you play it on the hardest difficulty. Like, Gears of War, I still think, is the best cover-based shooter on the market. I don't think any other game has ever managed to be quite as good as Gears. Because Gears has this, like, beautiful Halo-like simplicity to it. I think the only concern I'd have about E-Day is that they're going to try to innovate the gameplay and change it. And similar to Halo, I think Gears, like, that core gameplay is just... It's like trying to innovate chess, where it's like, no, like, don't touch it! You figured it out! Gears is great on the series systems. Gears of War is so damn good on the series consoles. Like, Gears of War 1, if you play it on the Xbox Series X, or I guess probably not Series S. I think Series S has FPS boost, though, so you can benefit from this. At least on Series X, you get 16 times anisotropic filtering, so textures look crisper at angles. But on both series consoles, you also get a bump to 60 frames per second, as well as auto HDR. So if you're playing on an HDR TV, it looks beautiful. But if you're me, I play Gears of War 1 at 30 frames per second. Hey, Neil, remember when I was in my early 20s and we were buddies? And I told you that I was like, nope, 60 FPS or higher should be the bare minimum. And you were telling me that there is a cinematic value to 30 FPS games. And now you're the one that's like 60 FPS is just very comfortable, and I've flipped the other way, where now I'm like, Gears just looks cool at 30 frames per second on a big TV. It looks like a blockbuster movie with the film grain and the motion blur and the smoke and the gunfire everywhere. It looks like a soap opera at 60 FPS, even if it's more playable. Do you think a Gears E-Day game could work with Halo? Something like Halo Harvest, where it covers the outbreak of the Human Covenant War. Also missed. Gotcha, I missed something. Okay. And Neil and I actually talked about this last night. And yeah, a Halo Harvest game would be badass. They made Shadows Hub a Sonic fan game test map. Really? It was ported to a Sonic fan game? That's cool. Which game? Was it PO6? I do think it looks better at 30, but I do enjoy 60 FPS. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, 60 FPS feels more comfortable, and I think it is across the board a very good thing that 60 FPS has kind of become the standard, because it's a more accessible frame rate for people. But, like, that new Indiana Jones game, I wish there was a 30 FPS option. You should stream at 24 frames per second for maximum cinematic presentation for us viewers. 40, you wish that games would stop with the 60 FPS and switch to 40 FPS. I do as well, because I think a lot of people would probably be genuinely shocked at how smooth 40 FPS feels as a frame rate. It depends on like your monitor's refresh rate. You know, if you're playing with like a 144 hertz monitor, 40 frames per second is going to feel a little bit awkward. It's not going to feel very smooth. Unless you have like V-Sync. Or I guess G-Sync. But yeah, 40 FPS feels very, very, very good. Surprisingly good. And so you can have that lower frame rate, the increased fluidity, you know, of a higher than 30 FPS, but because you're not targeting a full-on 60 FPS, like, it would allow these consoles to do some more impressive things. Because I do think largely the 60 FPS mandate for consoles has kind of held back some of what developers are able to do with visuals. The only time I think above 60 is really needed is VR stuff. Definitely. Yeah, like VR, for scientific reasons, is not... It's not good for your brain to be playing VR at a low frame rate. You've got to have... I think I heard like the minimum is about 90 frames per second to avoid motion sickness and headaches in VR headsets. Ah, Mr. Nowhere, did you miss out on this game, my friend? I know it's not the iconic sound, but man, that Halo 2 Anniversary Sniper has a satisfying boom to it. Oh, it sounds great, the Halo 2 Anniversary Sniper. It's great sounding. Don't even worry. It is a great sound for the sniper. To me, the biggest losses of Halo's main story getting put on ice with the CE remake being the new project is Esparza and the weapon. I like them a lot. Yeah, the pilot, the Pelican pilot, he's a great character. And so is the weapon / new Cortana. Now, Shadow Generations hub just resembles a Sonic fan game test map. Gotcha. A few textures, random architecture, etc. also locked to 24 FPS for true cinema. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that, like the textureless like vibe. It does kind of give off that yeah, it does give off a test environment vibe. You're right, actually. How do y'all feel about Battlefield always being in the modern setting? I was told recently that Battlefield should never be sci-fi, not near sci-fi or sci-fi, since that's not Battlefield. I disagree with that. Like, in fact, Battlefield, I think, has bounced around from different time settings constantly. It was the second Battlefield that was set in the modern day. The first Battlefield was set in World War II. Battlefield 2, then, is set in the modern day, and then they did that spin-off that's set in the future, then they did one in Vietnam. Like, Battlefield, it's Battlefield. It's not modern Battlefield. That's not the name of the franchise. You know, anywhere where you can come up with or draw from history to have an armed conflict, it's a perfect setting for a Battlefield title. The one that I don't think worked was Battlefield Hardline. Even though Battlefield Hardline is a good game, it's a very good Battlefield game, the setting just wasn't good, you know? Yeah, Battlefield absolutely can be a sci-fi shooter if it wants. And I think Battlefield would be a franchise that would do that pretty well, because Battlefield 2142 is freaking awesome. LNG, you know what's crazy? Halo 2 Anniversary is the last game we get to use the blue Elite Plasma Rifle. It is the last game. Thankfully, Halo 5 has the Brute Plasma Rifle. My issue with Battlefield being stuck in a modern setting is it'll be like how COD is now, where it'll be stuck in modern or Cold War themes. I don't want to get tired of Battlefield because it's always trapped like Call of Duty. I would not worry. I think Battlefield will always bounce around. And Call of Duty, to be fair, I don't think COD is going to be trapped in modern setting or Cold War settings forever. Because, like any... If you remember... Isaiah, Call of Duty was trapped in World War II for the longest time. Like, Call of Duty was just... Even the name, Call of Duty, it sounds... If you were to divorce it from the games, just hear the name, Call of Duty. That sounds like a documentary for a World War II, you know. It sounds like a documentary for the Second World War or something. Like, Call of Duty was born in the Second World War. And it wasn't until the fourth game in the series when they jumped to the modern setting. And then immediately the next game was back to World War II. You know, and then obviously like modern stuff became super popular. Then they bounced around a little bit, tried some future stuff. Then they went back to World War II. Like, because people began getting tired of the futuristic stuff. People began getting tired of the gritty modern warfare stuff. Like, people will get tired and then they'll shift to a different time period. I love you, Halo man, says Arms the Goon. That's very nice of you to say, Arms the Goon. It'll be neat to see you doing a video going back to Call of Duty 2 and how that game was a 360 launch title. Call of Duty 2 still looks really good to this day. I'm not sure what it was about those old games. Maybe it's that, like, fog could look more abstract. But I feel like modern games, the thing that they easily, like, do the worst is fog. I've yet to see a modern game that uses fog in such an artistic way as old 360 titles. Where they could just have, like, shifting 2D billboards, you know, moving about in the battlefield. Probably Battlefield 1 is maybe the last AAA game where I'm like, this is, like, this smoke and fog stuff is really cool looking. Because in Battlefield 1, fog would actually respond to wind. So if, like, a grenade would go off and there was, like, a cloud of dust from a gunfight, the air burst from the grenade going off, you'd see the volume of fog actually react and shift into a new direction. It was really cool stuff. You mean World at War? No, World at War looks good too. But we were talking about Call of Duty too. Am I the only one who gets confused with the name Call of Duty? Yeah, the Call of Duty games, they're a little bit confusing. Just because there's so many of them, so the names are getting a little bit silly. Like there's Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Not to be confused with Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare Mobilized. And so on and so on. I like how Call of Duty 2 wasn't some military power fantasy and more of a window into how all the different fronts fought in World War II, and it was really insightful to see how all of these different theaters of war played out. Yeah, and they used stock footage to really show that this wasn't some made-up thing. Yeah, Call of Duty 2 was not... Like, it's very hard to make a historical shooter. Because, like, you know, games are fun. Guns should have really good feedback. Taking down enemies should feel satisfying on a mechanical level. And it's hard to make a game that is like, you know, this really happened and it was bad and messed up and it feels great to play. Like, there's a contradiction there that's very, very hard to grapple with. And I think some games are a little bit more skilled than others at being able to walk that fine line. But Call of Duty 2 was perfect. Because whenever you died, you got real historical quotes about the Second World War. So it's almost like a you know, like smacking you in the face. It's like, hey, I know you're having fun, but this really happened. Here's what people at the time said during that Second World War. As well as, you know, like the constant use of archival historical footage. It's just very clever stuff. The Atlas 45 pistol gives Halo gun vibes. It does. The Atlas 45 pistol feels like a gun ripped out of Halo. Oh, not me, LNG. Gotcha. Are there any designs from Call of Duty that you think could work in Halo? Designs? Like gun designs? Oh, yeah. There's a lot. If you want to take a look at Infinite Warfare, that game actually looks... There's a lot of designs in there that could work in a Halo game. Oh, damn it. I missed another one. Gotta do Battlefield Holocene, where you play as cavemen going at each other with bows and rock slings, riding animal mounts as stand-ins for... I can see that. MASH references the game. Oh my god, a Korean War... Yeah, oh my god, and the font would be the MASH font. Yeah, I could see that. How many main characters were there in MASH? God, it's been so long since I played MASH. Or, not played MASH, watched MASH. My grandpa used to love that show. For me, Halo is campaign first, then multiplayer. Yeah, I think that's usually the direction that I go in with Halo. Where with Call of Duty, unfortunately, I'm increasingly multiplayer only. Like, I played a little bit of Black Ops 6, I'll be honest. It just didn't hit for me. Apparently the new Captain America movie has allied nations fighting while none of the other countries show up. How does US fighting France and Japan make sense? It doesn't. That new Captain America movie looks like the movie equivalent of like Tylenol PM. It just looks numbing and like sleep-inducing. Nothing about it looks appealing. Just, the MCU is so... Like, I'm not going to say bad, because so much effort goes into those movies. It just looks so, like... You'd have to drag me to the theater to see Captain America 4 or whatever. Really? Black Ops 6 is the funnest COD game I've played since Black Ops 2. I've played every Call of Duty game that's released. Like, starting with Call of Duty 4. And then, you know, obviously I go back and play Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3. But Black Ops 6 just doesn't hit for me. The Omni movement, I don't vibe with it. I think it makes the multiplayer really annoying. And I don't like what it does to the map design. And the campaign, I appreciate that, like, Treyarch, you know, this action movie thing, like, they found kind of their style. It's just not for me, I guess. Like, I don't like playing, like, a Call of Duty campaign and, like, zombies show up, you know? That's just not for me. The new cap wasn't bad, like a worse version of Winter Soldiers. Could have been better, and it had a high bar to meet, but it's at worst an enjoyable 2 hours. The problem is, it just, like Marvel movies, they just... I feel like I've gotten nothing out of them now when I go see them. They're just so, like, it is obligatory summer blockbuster, the movie, you know? It feels almost like an algorithm has assembled it. Like, I get nothing out of it. It feels like artistically it doesn't exist for any other reason than to exist. And I just feel like I'd rather be watching movies that I think about for a long time. You know, looking at, like, those Disney Plus shows, like, no, I'm not gonna freaking watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That's like 12 hours. I could watch literally anything else that's more thought-provoking. I'm not going to say AI-generated movie, because I think AI-generated is like a very, very lazy insult that doesn't say a lot. They're sleepy and boring. Marvel has a formula that they are, like, rigidly stuck to and refuse to move. All of their movies feel the exact same, down to the point where I'm like, and here comes the end of the second act. Our hero is at their lowest. The villain has seemingly taken up might. Okay, like, you know, the hero's like, oh, I'm not strong enough, or like, I'm at my lowest, and I'm just like, hurry up. Like, can we fast forward 10 minutes so we can get to the part where the hero finds their mojo again so they can beat the big bad guy, and then the third act can conclude and credits roll. It's just so formulaic. I'm excited for Daredevil to return. I'm not, because, like, I don't care. Like, I don't want to watch Daredevil so it can be like a 4-hour commercial for Daredevil's dog, the Disney Plus series, and a bunch of spin-offs that are related to Fantastic Four. I'm just like, the constant web of interconnectivity is exhausting. It's like, they take 4 hours to say something that could have taken an hour to say, and the rest of those 3 hours are just pointless connections to other things. And now that they're, like, doing this multiverse thing, like, there's just, like, no stakes now. You know? Loki died. That's so sad. Actually, no, he didn't, because we're continuing Loki. It's a different Loki, but it's still him. Loki, I actually hear, is pretty decent. I'm sure it's decent, but, like, what am I going to get out of seeing Loki? You know? Was any Venom movie good? No. No. The answer is no. That being said, I do need to watch Venom with my wife, because she probably has very different opinions. I'm unfortunately a little bit snobby, where she's able to, like, cool down and relax, and that usually brings me down to earth. But being married to Rebecca has kind of thankfully gotten me out of, like, the Marvel trap. Because we watched Captain America 1, and it nearly killed her. Like, I've never seen a movie nearly kill another human being, but she was, like, she needed to recover for hours because she was so bored during it. And Spider-Man, Far From Home, or not Far From Home, No Way Home, or whatever, the one with Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, she was so, like, annoyed by Doctor Strange in that, because she was like, I thought we're seeing Spider-Man. Like, what is this? I don't care about that guy. I thought we're here for Spider-Man. And it's like, yeah. And after she said that, like, I noticed it. It was like, yeah, like, Captain America 3 wasn't a Captain America movie. Yeah, and so just like the thought of, like, Black Panther 2, Captain Marvel, The Marvels, Hulk and the whatever, like, all of it, like, just, you know, all of these movies, and, like, Disney, like, announced all this, like, extra stuff that they're doing. Like, there's gonna be, like, 2 more Avengers movies, there's gonna be, like, some show called Ironheart with somebody that I don't know, and it's just, like, too much. I don't care. Captain America, Harrison Ford is asked about SW? Yeah, probably the funnest thing about Captain America 4 is that Harrison Ford was in it. But even that wasn't enough to drag me to the theater. Way more interested in watching DC's future cinematic releases than Marvel's, especially after watching The Batman. Even Sonic X DC looks kino. Oof. Sonic X DC? What's Sonic X DC? Oh, the Sonic collab with DC Comics. Yeah, that looks like a lot of fun. Yeah, and I guess I'm more excited now about, like, what James Gunn is doing with DC. Like, Superman looks fun. Which is weird, because, like, Superman's not normally, like, a character that I would say is, like, compelling.
Territory captured.
I guess I'm just, like, I'm so tired of, like, the Avengers and, like, the Marvel formula. I'm tired of people being like, running around being mini Robert Downey Jr.'s. I'm tired of it being, like, my name is Otto Octavius. Well, what's your real name? We don't take anything seriously. Comics are lame, right, audience? I just want, like, something genuine and, like, authentic. Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer is my favorite multiplayer, aside from the quirks with the Halo 4 engine. But I like that odd rubbery texture look. I don't know why. It reminds me of that simple Halo mod. Yeah, there is a charming look to Halo 2 Anniversary. And also just, like, the fun of it being in the Halo 4 engine. Winter Soldier is the best MCU movie. Avengers 1 is a really good MCU movie. I think, like, the MCU almost has to be, like, graded within a bubble, because I think a majority of MCU movies are actually not very good. Like, Black Panther, I don't think it's that good of a movie. I don't think it's Oscar-worthy. Same with, like, Captain America 3, or, like, I think the MCU movies that are genuinely really good can be boiled down to pretty much, like, Iron Man 1, The Avengers, the first one, maybe Captain America 2 we could throw in there. And then, you know, probably Endgame. Or not Endgame, Infinity War.
Territory captured.
Because Thanos was, like, genuinely compelling.
Territory under attack. Territory lost.
Guardians of the Galaxy is alright. I just think the villain was super, super weak. Like, extremely weak. That's at least what I'm thinking about, is I'm thinking about how do all of the elements work together. And it's like, if the villain is weak, then I'm sorry, like, you're disqualified. Like, Iron Man 1, I think it all worked together in this beautiful way. Same with the Avengers, the very first Avengers movie.
Lost. Capturing. Territory captured.
I want to give Rocket a big suffocating hug. Yeah. Oh. Oops. That was a mistake. Here, I'm getting distracted. That was a mistake.
Territory captured.
Robert Downey Jr. carried Marvel. He did. He did. Oh boy. What are your thoughts on The Boys? I haven't watched The Boys. What boys? That's what I'm saying. I really liked Spider-Man 1 for the PS4. Yeah, the Spider-Man 1 PS4 game's extremely good, dude. Uh-oh. Whoops, wrong button.
Territory under attack. Territory lost.
Just trying to figure out how to lower the elevation. Spider-Man 2 is great. It's just got story issues. What are the things that people don't like about the story of Spider-Man 2? Like, I watched the cutscenes, the one with Venom. It seemed fine. Like, obviously it's weaker than Spider-Man 1 for the PS4, but, like, I don't know, Spider-Man 2 didn't seem like a letdown. I mean, maybe it was my own expectations. It seemed like about what I was expecting.
Capturing. Territory reverted. Territory captured. Territory under attack.
The MJ missions. Oh, well, it's weird that the MJ missions were back, but after, like, all the criticism that they got in the first game. But I'm not exactly gonna... It's kind of like how the first Spider-Man game is really, really good, in spite of those MJ missions. So it's like, okay, like, they're still here, but they're an extreme minority in the game. Like, to the point that, like, you could forget that they existed, you know, once you are, like, running around in the open world.
Territory captured.
Spider-Man 1, I think, is the worst of the three, to be honest. Spider-Man 1? 3? There's 3 Spider-Man game? Spider-Man game? Spider-Man games? Or are we talking about the Tobey Maguire movies? In which case, yes, Spider-Man 1 is the worst of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. And that's only because Spider-Man 2, and yes, Spider-Man 3 are good.
Territory
Being honest, I
lost.
think most PlayStation games are overhyped and overpraised. I agree. I agree. Horizon Zero Dawn. It is a solid B, maybe a B minus. Its heart is in the right place,
Territory
but
reverted.
it is not very
Territory captured.
it's not very ambitious. It doesn't do anything that is actually that unique. It's just very confident in itself, but also confident in just kind of being fine. Like, probably maybe a C+, I would give it. B minus C+, somewhere around there. Kraven is kind of cool, but his Hunters as a faction feels underwhelming. My personal theory is that Kraven the Hunter was something that was like, I don't think Sony forces, them. I don't think they're like, you will do this or you're fired. But I think it's more of like a Sony encourages Insomniac to go in certain directions. And my personal theory is that Sony encouraged Insomniac to just have Kraven the Hunter in the game because Sony is trying to make Kraven the Hunter relevant. Similar to how, if you saw the leaked trailer for that
Territory lost.
canceled live service Spider-Man game, Madam Web was in it. And if you know the comics, like, Madam Web looks like an old lady in a chair who's blind, but then they have her, like, wearing the Dakota Johnson coat from the bad Madam Web movie and looking like Dakota Johnson, and it's like, is Sony, like, are they using, like, these Spider-Man PS4 game / PS5 games to, like, introduce audiences to their crappy movies that they want to make? Sony will encourage the Zelda movie to feature a Spider-Man post-credit scene. Yeah. I have 1,000 hours on MCC and never saw the silenced SMG on Halo 2 Anniversary. Yeah, it's there, and you can dual wield it. In general, Marvel does it too. Marvel does do it too. Like, I don't know if you saw, like, the leaked document about how much control Marvel actually has over their properties, to the point that, like, there's a sequence in the new Spider-Man game where Miles goes to, like, his school, I think, and Marvel has a very strict set of rules for what can be portrayed in, like, in their properties, and they made a point that there was, like, a sex education thing, and the developers were gonna, like, they were gonna make it look like a high school, like, sex education thing, sex ed. And so there was gonna be, like, a bowl of condoms to kind of demonstrate what they are, because, like, that's, what happens in sex ed in high schools. And Marvel was like, no, take that bowl away. In fact, don't do the sex education thing. Like, that's how much, like, just micro control they have over how their properties are presented. Can't remember. There were a bunch of, like, other really, really weird specific things. It was like, Peter cannot be seen ever doing this. Like, just stuff like that. Yeah, Spider-Man can't sell drugs. Which, I mean, I don't know why Spider-Man would ever be selling drugs. Spider-Man doesn't have segs. Well, no. It's not just Spider-Man. It's, like, Marvel. Hey, LNG! We got some viewers. I don't blame them for that one. No reason to invite it in as a discussion. That's true. The Sonyverse / Venomverse movies were so bad, it's good. Wait, let me see.
One bomb assault. Take the bomb and assault the
So
enemy
good.
base.
It's good at the start, but now I'm kind of sick of it now, too. Ah, man. I don't even think it was, like, good at the start. Just because, like, I think, so, maybe it's just me, you know, and like I said, like, I will happily change my opinion once I watch Venom with my wife, as I usually do, because she finds enjoyment in things that I have never considered, which is part of the reason that I love her. Seeing her experience the world is a lovely thing, and opens up my mind to new possibilities, but, like, Venom, trying to do Venom without having Spider-Man involved feels so weird. Because like, even down to the, like, the symbol on his chest, the shape of his eyes, all of that is Spider-Man. So to just not have Spider-Man makes very little sense to me.
Bomb drop.
Finally in your lobby. Gonna splatter ya. Yeah, Kyle, go crazy. My girlfriend keeps trying to introduce me to listening to more Drake. Why? If Rebecca is listening to this, she can come out here and talk about Drake a little bit. But why would your girlfriend want you to listen to more Drake? Streamed for the first time tonight. It was awkward. Usually your first stream is always awkward because you don't quite know how to be comfortable while live. You get the hang of it though. Oh shit, Rebs is gonna give us a lore dump. Possibly. I think she's playing with the robot dog. She got a robot dog from her sister for her birthday. And it's mapping out our living environment. Currently, it can only respond, like, it only understands Japanese. But we're hopefully going to get it patched for English. Yeah, I hear it barking. Dog, you must be joking. Yeah, she's listening.
Your bomb reset.
Give her a deal. You listen to Drake's worst album, and she listens to the worst Halo song. What is the worst Halo song? I don't think there is a single song in the entire Halo franchise that is, like, bad. As in, like, it's hard to listen to because it's so bad. Because it's, you know, like, even like Halo music that I don't resonate with is still incredibly well composed music. Maybe the only bad song in the entire Halo franchise is that one that never made the cut for Halo 1. You know, the one that's like that one's pretty silly. But even that one's, like, silly. Like, it's fun to listen to, because it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is so weird and silly. Halo 5 was the weakest. Well, okay, we're talking bad, right? Like you don't want to listen to it, because it's not good. I don't think Halo's ever had a bad song. Stuff can be weaker than other things, but it's all really well-composed music. Worst Halo song is the horrible music on the beach in Long Night of Solace. No. No. No.
Defend your base from
No, that was perfect. That was great. It fit the action. It fit the environment. That shit was awesome. It was like, drop pods are raining all around us. We're sprinting along the beach. Sand is being kicked up in our face. Like, all hell is breaking loose, and we need to sprint to the base. Like, yeah, get the bow now. Bow now. You know, it keeps the action up. Yeah, the Halo 2 Banshee fight music, I'm not a fan of it. Dude, the Halo 2 Banshee fight music is great. That's Incubus. Incubus slaps. Like, my wife would be so offended if you were here right now. Like, you'd have to sit... She'd have to explain to you why it is bonkers that Incubus is in a Halo game. Just from, like, a cultural standpoint. Like, the band Incubus is in Halo. How is the Shih Tzu dealing with the robot dog? Oh, not well. Not well at all. He keeps trying to hump it. He keeps trying to hump it, and then we keep having to tell him no, so he gets frustrated, and then he goes and humps his... We've got a hump bear for him that he's been humping since he was a puppy. And it's like a gigantic bear. It's easily bigger than him. So he's been humping that out of frustration, but man, he's like, such gooner behavior. He's like acting like it's like a robot waifu. You know, like if we turn our back, he sprints for it and begins like licking it, you know, and the red rocket comes out. Like he is such a menace, and we're trying to get that behavior out of him via exposure therapy. Like just telling him no. When is the LNG video about Marty using some of his iconic music directly tied to his synths? Gosh, I guess knowing him now, it's like, yeah, he does seem like a person that would get very easily offended. Very easily offended. Your dog's a weeb. Yeah, like he's acting like a little frickin' gooner. It's like, dude, have some self-respect for Christ's sake. Like, it's not even real. And he's just like, he's like stress panting and stress yawning and like staring at it. And he keeps licking it whenever we turn our back. And it's like electronic. It doesn't smell like anything. And it doesn't help that like these robot dogs, they recognize real dogs. Because there's a bit of machine learning going on. So, this robot dog, which we've named Wappy Momo, yeah, we just gave it 2 names. It keeps coming up to him and, like, play bowing and barking at him and wagging its tail, and then that gets him frustrated, so he starts licking its face. And we have to tell him no, and, oh my god, it's a mess right now. Snowflake Marty, yeah. Guys, boy, he's a snowflake, all right. Humping out of frustration is a phrase I never thought I'd hear. Yeah, it's just... It's like, it's... Your nose is so good. How do you... Why do you... It's not real. Why are you getting this frustrated about it? It's gooner behavior. How big is your dog? Small dogs always tend to be gooners from my experience. Oh, he's small. He's a Shih Tzu. So it's like one of those dogs that looks like a teddy bear. Bro, you gotta get him an AI girlfriend. Pumpkin? Yeah. Pumpkin's such a silly little guy. He's like, the unfortunate thing is, like, the smarter the dogs are, the more opinions they have about the world, and they're harder to train as a result. Pumpkin is pretty damn smart. Nah, I'll forgive. He's okay today with her? Oh, that's good. What's his size compared to other Shih Tzus? I think he might be like, yeah, he's like average. Maybe like slightly bigger, but only slightly.
Bomb.
We're not winning this match today, boss. No, Isaiah, I don't think we are.
Bomb drop.
That's okay. How many pounds is he? He's probably like 11 pounds. I don't know. Rebecca probably knows the exact number. My aunt and uncle's Shih Tzu is a total lapdog. That's like the sweetest thing about them is like Shih Tzus, they just like they want to be loved. The world revolves around them. They want to cuddle. They want to be next to you. Oh, Pumpkin is? He's like not that much bigger though than other Shih Tzus that we see. I think it's just because like we associate fat with him. Like we call him Big Bert, Fat Head, Big Head, Hedger, like taking the name Edgar and just Hedger, Big Head, Charles Martin Egg, like all these like ridiculous like names that make him sound a lot fatter and bigger than he really is. Oh my god, he's 16 to 8. Okay, yeah, we got a little tubby wubby. He's not fat. He's just fluffy. You know, he's a Shih Tzu. They look like Ewoks from Star Wars. They do. They look alarmingly like Ewoks. And I know everybody says that their dog looks like an Ewok from Star Wars. I'm confident that Ewoks from Star Wars were inspired by Shih Tzus because the face is almost 1-to-1. So it's like, imagine like a short, stubby little legs, a short little fat body, and then like an Ewok head. And that's basically what a Shih Tzu looks like. They're hilarious looking.
Bomb drop. Comeback kill. Bomb drop.
My favorite Halo game is the one with the Needler. Yeah, I'd say that's my favorite one too. Your Shih Tzu thinks your robot dog is an ATST and it's trying to attack it with its log. Probably. Infinite doesn't need to, since there's no friendly fire unless you splatter someone with a high amount of force. Oh, like betrayal kicking in Halo Infinite? Well, this is like something that's interesting. So Halo Infinite, like, it doesn't have, if I remember right, it doesn't have an in-game reporting thing. Like, you can't report players from the in-game UI. And that was actually because there was just nobody at 343 that included one because of how insanely rushed the development process was. If I remember right, there was a developer that recently talked. I thought we were done. This is Blind Psycho. I know, don't worry, it's almost over, Blind Psycho. Just a little bit more. Yeah, and so stuff like there not being a booting function, not being a betrayal reporting function, you know, like, or a just basic reporting function. Seems like that was just, they just didn't, there wasn't anybody who said, like, hey, I don't think we have this in the game. Me and the boss last time tried to play Infinite together, and we got betrayed a lot in the assault game mode. Yeah, that pissed me off, Isaiah. Yeah, we hopped into high ground on Halo Infinite, and first thing the guy did, one of our teammates, is he got into a ghost and ran over his whole team, and I was like, fuck this. Like, we're not doing this. So we quit, and I hope his teammate quit too. And I hope it just threw the whole game, because that was bullshit. Like, that's not funny. It's funny if you accidentally betray me because you're trying to get my attention because you recognize me when we're playing together. But it's not funny when you wipe out your whole team at the start of the match just for the lulz. Like, that's not funny.
Enemy detonation. Game over.
Why does it feel like you can throw power cores in Halo 2 Anniversary? We should have been able to throw power cores in Halo for a long time. Petition to put the Shredder into the main series. There's a lot of games from SPV, or a lot of guns from SPV3 that I wish were in the main series. Like, a lot of the weapons in SPV3 that are like brute specific, I feel like they look more brute-like than some of the stuff in Halo Infinite. Like, the little disruptor pistol, that... It does sort of give brute, but it's just like a little bit too, it's not gritty enough, you know? High Ground is my favorite Halo 3 4v4 map too. Yeah, High Ground's a good one. After this match, we are going to jump over, methinks, to Halo 4. Which is the Shredder? TSCE's is fine, but SPV3's is Kino. I'm thinking of SPV3 specifically. The electric weapons in Infinite are very weird. Yeah, they look odd. And I don't quite know what it is, but they're... Maybe it's the engine and the way that the engine, because Halo Infinite does have like a problem with I forgot the term for it. Skylighting, blue light, something like it. Basically, it's like there's this like weird unintentional blue tint to everything that kind of makes things look a little bit odd. Because if you look at like the Ravager, the concept art for the Ravager, the colors for it are spot on for something that a brute would do. Like the brown of the leather, the red of the rust on it. It all looks spot on. But then you pick up the Ravager in Halo Infinite and something doesn't look right. So something got lost in the translation to 3D art. And the electric weapons are kind of the same, at least for me. Come here, you. Blue tinting is sci-fi, bro. No, look, what I'm talking about is, like, there is a graphical issue that is happening. Like, it's an issue of the engine. Like, the blue sky is making almost any reflective surface in the game subtly more blue than it should be. Due to just the lighting engine that's being used. Between Project Ecker and the CE remake, when do you think we'll get Halo CE? Or Halo 7? Hard to say. And hard to say, like, what form Halo 7 would be in, you know? The shock rifle, in my opinion, shouldn't have ever been there. I feel like the disruptor is... I would say was, like, more... Because the disruptor, I think, is, like... To the point that they're, like, constantly tweaking it. Like, the shock rifle, that thing... There is a level of skill to getting that instant headshot that is really, really satisfying. It engages that, like, meathead caveman part of my brain, where when I'm able to get a headshot, it's because I worked really hard to get that headshot from the hip, and so it feels really satisfying. It's the disruptor that I think I would have personally omitted from the sandbox. Because I think that the disruptor, it's pretty obvious that that's one where they didn't quite figure out a role for it during development. And it's almost like the asset was made before the role was even decided upon. The shock rifle, though, is a less fun sniper to fight against. And it's less fun than the human sniper. Well, the problem also is that the Halo Infinite human sniper I don't think is as fun to use as like the Halo 3 or Halo 1 sniper. I agree, they don't seem to ever have known what to do with the disruptor. When you use it, it's just a Covenant sidekick. Yeah, it's like in the campaign, it's extremely powerful in a way that I don't think they were intending. Like, not that, like, oh my gosh, it's a like, more like it's a needler that's hit scan and has a slower fire rate, so it's more accurate. Like, super combine, get an instant kill. You pick it up and it pretty much can carry any battle on its own in a way that I don't think they were expecting. The Stalker rifle is great. Yeah, the Stalker rifle is great. That thing is really good fun. The Skewer is great. That thing is really good fun. Pulse Carbine is like... The Pulse Carbine, I think, works better in the campaign than it does, like, multiplayer. Because I think in the campaign, in such huge, wide-open, large environments, and from such distances, the elites having, like, a rifle that fires in a predictable burst pattern, and the bursts subtly home to you, it kind of, like, allows for a bit of, like, the plasma rifle combat to be at range. But I think in multiplayer, it's too locked to medium range. So the fact that it's unusable at close range is... I don't like balancing weapons around intended range. I think I don't like balancing them that way by making it almost impossible to use it. I think there's more creative ways to do it, like disabling aim assist or, you know, screwing around with projectile velocity and stuff like that. I feel like the Disruptor feels like the Destiny 1 Thorn or the Sunspot one. Yeah, just without kind of like the satisfying feel of a Destiny hand cannon. Like, I will say, like, Halo Infinite I still think is probably my favorite weapon sandbox to come from 343 or Halo Studios, but there's definitely some oddities in there that I don't necessarily agree with. Thoughts on bullet drop in Halo? I'd love it. I think that would be fun. I'm just picturing, like, Halo 5 Warzone if, like, the game had Battlefield-style bullet drop. That could have been fun. Halo 5's Warzone, like, equipping a sniper rifle, sitting at the far back of a map like Apex 7, and, like, seeing all the enemies in the distance, and just kind of, like, you know, trying to just make it, you aim a little bit above their head, and to the left of them as they're running to the left, and it's like, boom, then you land the headshot. Like, really satisfying stuff like that. Like, I think bullet drop is perfectly fine as a mechanic. I think it's very satisfying. I'm concerned with how Halo 7's gameplay will end up. I highly enjoyed Infinite's emphasis on damage types and prescriptive gun rolls. I fear it'll be dumped to appease sandbox freedom community harpies. Yeah. Yeah, there was somebody that I saw in Blue Sky who has not made content in a while, and he was like, he was saying some things about the sandbox that I thought were kind of like what? He was like, I think we can all celebrate the variety Halo 4 brought to the precision weapons via the light rifle, carbine, battle rifle, DMR, and Magnum. And it's like, the only thing that any of those weapons have that makes them different is their fire rate and their damage. Like, that's it. Mechanically, they're all the same thing. They just have different fire rates and damages. That's not variety to me. Like, maybe I just have, like, a different definition of variety, but I think of stuff like the shock rifle, I think, is a little bit more varied in its mechanical usage. Cranking out those Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer achievements. Ah, are you? Good job, man. Keep matchmaking, though, because right now, we're going to be hopping into Halo 4 matchmaking. Big Team Battle, Halo 4. They hired Concord director for Halo 7. Now. Before you panic, before you freak out, what they hired was, I saw that it was a marketing director for Concord, right? And to be fair, the marketing was fine for Concord. It was fine. It was exactly what it needed to be for the type of game that... The problem wasn't the marketing. It was that Concord was something nobody was asking for. You look at those Concord trailers, the splashes, the art of, like, you know, like the weird, like, rainbow symbol that goes across the screen and, like, curves into the Concord logo. Like, all of that looks great. It looks flashy. It looks very high quality. The marketing for Concord was fine. The problem is the game that was being marketed was not good. Have you played much Squad Battle on MCC? The best Halo 4 experience, in my opinion. I used to play a lot of Squad Battle, but unfortunately, I can't find much games anymore. Many games, I should say. Sandbox freedom versus sandbox purity is a false dichotomy. Yep. Multiple weapons can fill the same role. It's up to the designers to only put one gun of that role in a map or level. Multiple weapons can fill one role, but I'd say, is that the most interesting decision you could make? You could make 3 sniper rifles, or you could make 3 sniper-like weapons that all fill completely different roles. Like, the skewer is a sniper-type weapon, but would you call it a sniper rifle in the same way that you'd call, like, the binary rifle from Halo 4 a sniper, you know? That's basically what I'm arguing. Like, you can have a ton of SMG-type weapons in your game, but it would be more interesting if what made them different was their mechanical usage and how you use them on the battle. And I'm not talking about, well, you gotta pepper your shots more, or this one's just good at this range. Because I think that's a very uncreative way to approach a weapon sandbox, is if you've got 30 guns in the game, but all 30 guns are just a variation of 7 archetypes, with differences being their ammo count, their damage, their range, and their fire rate. Like, that's boring to me. I miss how the Halo 4 armor system changed the whole look of the legs and the chest plate. I never liked how Reach and Infinite just treat it as a slab of metal. I do like that about Halo 4, that you can make your legs look completely wild. And it does suck in Halo Infinite that you can't swap out your feet. You know, make your boots look a little bit different. Like, Halo 4 had good customization. I think a lot of people, they get way too hung up on the art style stuff. It's like I don't care. Like, just look at... That's Isaiah. I'm letting him go. Because he was probably typing something. People get way too caught up on, like, the art style debates and stuff. It's like, Halo 4, like, the customization for it was fine. It was great, in fact. Damn it. I gotta practice with the sniper rifle. Turn your FOV up. Come on. It's fine. The game was designed around this field of view. It's perfectly playable. I also keep my field of view low for recording purposes. Because if I'm, like, making an evolution video, I don't want it to be, like... You know, in my, like, video that I'm trying to make super polished and the production value is really good, and I'm like... Here, watch this. I'm like... And now, in Halo 4, released in 2012, and it's like you don't even know what you're looking at because the view is so distorted and warped, and enemies are, like, less than an inch big on the screen. They look terrible. Like, I don't want, like, that, you know? I want you to be able to actually see the gameplay, not see it warped and distorted. Halo 4 also had challenge-based cosmetic unlocks similar to Halo 3. Yeah, Halo 4 had like a... something I kind of liked about Halo 4 was they had that, like... I don't think it was similar to, like, the way Reach did it, but, like, commendation system where it's like you unlock to unlock wet work, like that armor type you had to... Didn't you have to, like, equip a very specific loadout? And you had to do a certain amount of challenges with that loadout. Oof, excuse me. So it was like you were sort of playing the fantasy of an operator with a very specific kit designed for that operator's experience. And then the armor you get is what those Spartans would use. You know, so like a wet work operator that's designed for close range, and you get the wet work custom loadout and stuff, and then you get the armor as a reward for completing the commendation. I don't know. That stuff was fun. That was good stuff. Five system was the best and most robust. They just didn't use it. They used it poorly. Should have had way more campaign-related and cross-game achievements to unlock stuff. The Halo 5 unlock system? The one where there was no unlock system? Nah, man. There was no unlock system. You just opened loot boxes. Like, I think that the randomness can be an aspect of the unlock system. But I don't think it should have been like... Should we have a progression system where you unlock certain armors at certain ranks? Or like, and it's like, nah, just throw them all in the loot boxes. I don't think that's a good substitute. They had stuff you could unlock via achievements or hitting the commendation goals. Well, remember, Neil, the commendations were added after launch. I forgot how many months after launch, but they were not there initially. They had to be patched into the game. Wait, Overwatch 2 brought back loot boxes? How? Well, okay. I shouldn't say how, because I guess like in the United States right now, if you wanted to put loot boxes in your game, now would be the time to do it. You'd face a lot less legal oversight, a lot less regulation. You could get away with a lot of stuff right now, and nobody would look at you funny. So I guess now would be the time to do something like that. But that's wild that they just brought back loot boxes. That's almost like taboo at this point. Like, loot boxes have been kind of pushed into mobile games. They've been like... Gamers, one of the things that I'm the most proud of is the pushback against loot boxes to the point that they were kind of like forced to run right back to mobile and stay there. So that sucks that loot boxes are kind of coming back to an extent. They put it in the battle pass, that's how. So you complete the battle pass, get a loot box, and the loot box contains a random skin. Is the random skin from the rotating store, or is it a skin from the battle pass? Are you sure? I thought the commendations were there from the start. I am very sure. Because I remember when they were added, I think I even did a video on them saying that this was a good addition. Why weren't they here at launch? Yeah, commendations were something that had to be patched into the game. Also convinced me to not buy Firefall Helmet in Infinite. I can't convince you to not buy it, dude, because I've bought it. And it's a really good ODST helmet. Firefall is a really cool looking helmet. Just beat Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. It was amazing. Right? Sonic Adventure 2 is such an awesome game. God, I freaking love Sonic Adventure 2. It all starts with this. A jewel containing the ultimate power. That's the Chaos Emerald! God, that game is so quotable. I love that game so much. Yeah. You won't be able to buy loot boxes with real money. There's a catch, though. There always is. It's, Have you ever heard the term dark design? Dark design, is basically like, it's a term to describe, okay, think of it like Black Ops 3's loot boxes, where the pitch is, you don't need to spend a dime. You can unlock everything that's in those loot boxes, just by playing the game. Now, the dark design comes in what the developers have not told you, is your chances of getting it are low. And that you're going to start the game getting a lot of free loot box spins. But they're going to get less and less and less until you're never getting loot boxes in Black Ops 3. And then, you know, that purchasing option looks mighty enticing. And it's basically like they have handcrafted an experience that'll take a couple of days that will hopefully lead to your patience being worn out and you just caving and buying the thing. And that's dark design in games. So it's like the promise is loot boxes are back, but don't worry, you don't have to spend money. And I don't believe it. What's the dark design? How are the roads gonna lead to my wallet being opened? You know? Is there any more iced coffee, babe?
Oh, I can only make.
Oh, thank you, honey. I love you. I miss the sticky detonator from Halo 4. Yeah, I miss it too. That was a cool little weapon. Also, you couldn't get loot boxes from zombies. Yep. If I recall correctly, they were still prevalent in EA sports ball games. Heck, even from a casual glimpse, they've turned them into hyper casinos with a sports theme. Yeah, it's weird that like EA was just able to kind of like coast under the radar and keep loot boxes. I mean, so here's an interesting thing. In 2018, I actually met with somebody in Washington, D.C. for drinks. And he was not a lawmaker, but somebody who was like involved in the government to an extent. And what he was interested in was video games. And he actually ran a Twitter account for a while where it was called like Fairness in Games or something like that. Either way, he was interested in lobbying for the regulation of loot boxes in Washington, D.C., at least for the state of Virginia. And because I was interacting with him so much, he was like, hey, where are you located? And I was like, D.C. area. And he was like, hey, you should come out for St. Patrick's Day. So in 2018, I met up with him and we talked about loot boxes and legal regulation. And what he said was that the video game industry, what's very funny about Capitol Hill is during that period where like, you know, the government was actually looking at loot boxes seriously as like maybe we should regulate this because this seems a lot like gambling. EA, Activision, I love you. You are a sweetheart. You are the love of my life. EA, Activision, Ubisoft, all those folk, they had lobbyists like running up and down the halls of Capitol Hill, like meeting with Democratic and Republican senators, congressmen and stuff, and like trying, begging, pleading them that like, no, this loot box situation is not bad. Like, it's not as bad as it seems. It's actually fine. It's perfectly legal. It's great. It adds value to the, like, so Capitol Hill was full of all of these like video game lawyers that were just like begging them not to look at the loot box situation. Yeah, Isaiah, we both had saws. I think I started firing first. To be fair, though, dude, I lost mine shortly after you. Hey, Late Night Gaming finally caught you live. How's it going? It's going pretty awesome. This is actually a really fun stream, guys. That mantis is destroying. We gotta do something about that. Get someone who talks to you the way LNG talks to Rebecca. Aw. She's my princess. Should the SMG and the AR exist in the same game, or was it right to only have one of them? It probably was right to only have one of them, because I can't think really of how you'd make the SMG interesting. Because, you know, the SMG in Halo 2, it was basically a stand-in for the Combat Evolved Assault Rifle. Like, the reason the Assault Rifle wasn't there is because, like, the Battle Rifle was the new rifle weapon. And the SMG was kind of like, well, we want this close-range automatic thing, we might as well make it an SMG. Damn it. He has a scatter shot. Okay. Were you much a fan of Breakout in Halo 5? I loved it so much, especially before they made it shotgun starts. Breakout was one of my favorite playlists in Halo 5 until they made it shotgun starts. Like, Breakout was great. Breakout was so much fun until they ruined it with shotgun starts and player shields. I do miss Breakout. And I hope Breakout comes back in Halo Infinite. What Breakout needs to come back in Halo Infinite, I think what they could easily do is do Avengers starts and Bandit Evo. Because the Bandit Evo feels a lot like the Halo 5 Magnum. So, Bandit Evo, they're gonna have to figure out what they want to do with the thruster pack. In my opinion, they should bring back the momentum that you get from Halo 5 when you're thrusting. It just, like, I don't know, man. Like, bring it back. Come on, Breakout was fine. I want Halo 5 and MCC just for Breakout. What's funny is, before Halo 5 came out, I liked Breakout so much in the Halo 5 beta that I went into Halo 4 and I made a Breakout mode in Halo 4. After this match, I'll pop on over to see if I still have the map file, like if it transfers to PC. Because at least on console, I have the map file, I think, still for the Breakout arena. The sort of desperation to convince them not to look into loot boxes sounds like the sort of thing that would absolutely warrant looking into loot boxes. Yeah, right? And apparently, it was a pretty bipartisan thing, he was saying. Like, it was one of the weird instances where both Democrat and Republican lawmakers were sort of on the same page about, like, this is weird. Like, they're fighting really hard. Maybe we should look into this. And part of the reason that it kind of went away is because the game industry, they began not doing loot boxes on their own accord. Like, patching loot boxes out of their games, like Battlefront, that's something Battlefront did. They patched out loot boxes and replaced it with a real progression system. Games just stopped releasing with them. And so it was one of those things where nothing was actually done on a legislative level. But because the game industry was very quick to self-regulate. And that's probably why loot boxes are starting to sneak their way back. Because technically nothing's stopping them from re-implementing them. LNG finally mentioned the Battlefront 2 debacle. Isn't that wild? Like, what Battlefront 2 did. And what's freaking crazy is Battlefront wasn't even, like, the worst implementation of loot boxes I've ever seen. It wasn't. It did the Halo 5 thing where there just wasn't a progression system. It was just loot boxes. Or, like, an unlock system, you know? You just, you know, rolled the dice to see if you can get what you want. Taras, thoughts on having a loving, caring, supportive wife? It is the best thing in the entire world. There's like if men don't shut up about their wives, it's because they are very happily married. There is something that is, like, you basically have a permanent best friend. Not even a best friend. It's somebody you are close to in a way that you have never been so close to anyone, except for maybe your parents. Maybe. Depends on how close to you, or to them you were. But it is a great feeling, having somebody who's supportive and loving. I like SPV3's implementation of the AR and SMG. The former as mid-range specialist, best paired with the bullet, and the latter as a CQC anti-fodder bullet hose. Yeah, SPV3, I think, was able to figure out some interesting things to do with the, SPV3 feels a lot like, it feels like an extension of how Reach did its sandbox. Yeah, no, it's just like, you know, Kings, like, I'm so freaking tired of, like, the boomer thing, like, the old ball and chain, right? Like treating marriage like it's a thing you get locked into. It's like, it's not like that. If you love somebody, getting married to them is the best thing on planet Earth. Because it's like, of course you're sacrificing things. Like, yeah, you can't, like, do whatever you want anymore because you're responsible to somebody. But what you get is so much better than just being alone. It's so much better. What do you think of people who make fun of others for calling their GF or wife best friend? I think that's dumb. Because my wife is my wife, as well as my best friend. Like, she is somebody that I have sleepovers with every single night. We whisper tee-hee little silly secrets and gossip to each other. We get excited about movies and stuff together. We get little gifts together, and we play games together. Like, she's absolutely my best friend. Which is funny, because she was my actual best friend in middle school. And now she's my best friend in life. So you know it all works out. Taras, is there a lore reason for why I have depression? Probably a mixture, I would say, of either living situation, lack of, you know, a proper chemical balance, like in your body, you're not getting enough nutrients and stuff, not enough exercise. Like, it could be a whole... There's probably a lore explanation for why. Fix the issue for Halo 2 Anniversary. You had to overclock your PC? That doesn't seem right. I know you hate the Mantis. I don't hate it. I've chilled out a lot. Like, it exists, and there is something fun about running around with it. In fact, it's over here, isn't it? So you just, like, hopping inside it. LNG, should I hop on a Dying Light or the MCC? Oh, that's... Have you played Dying Light before? That game's pretty good. That game's great. That game is brilliant, in fact. Hey, Mr. Nowhere! Were you in that match, dude? How I'd approach it is to hybridize the AR and SMG into the MA5B and accompany it with a suppressed SMG with tiny damage, headshots. Oof. Tiny damage, headshots, and semi-auto fire on 2x zoom. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't have anything else to add to that. That's actually a decent idea. Dying Light is a drop kick of fun to the face. Yeah, Dying Light's really good, especially the early hours of Dying Light before you get, like, really overpowered, when a single zombie is, like, a large threat. Here. We're still matchmaking in Halo 4 BTB, fellas. I hate the fact that Halo has always felt the need to make the Keystone competitive weapon a big boy rifle. The fact that the most important weapon is a pistol in Halo is a quirk I love. Same reason I love the Halo 5 Magnum. There is something very fun about, you've got like your gigantic rifle and your ga-ga-ga-ga-ga, but then it's like, oh boy, like this is going to be a serious fight, and you whip out a handgun. There is something fun about that. LNG, can we hop on Battlefront 2 next stream? Which Battlefront 2? I hate the fact... wait, I already read that one. Taras, are you excited about any games coming out this year? Definitely Sonic Team Racing. What's been announced for this year? I can't think of anything right now. I can't think of anything right now. Would you like the brute shot to return in Halo? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I would. Did you know if you can stick a weapon with... You can stick a weapon with the sticky detonator, and if a teammate picks said weapon up, it kills... Really? That's... Okay. That's interesting. I'm going to have to try that out if I get the opportunity to. The Dice Battlefront 2 for accessibility's sake. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Battlefront 2 from DICE, now at least. We could probably play it on a stream someday. Dying Light The Beast is coming out this summer. I'm looking forward to The Beast. I wouldn't say I'm excited about it, because Dying Light 2 really let me down. And the story is not what let me down about Dying Light 2. Like, it's a Techland game. Of course the story's bad. What let me down was actually the gameplay of Dying Light 2. Because I think that what made Dying Light so fun is the fact that, like, yes, it was kind of like a parkour game, but at least if you play on, like, hard difficulty and stuff, it's still, like, very survival focused. It's very survival focused. You're very heavy. You're very weighty. You can't just, like, fly around. You know, like, the movement for the most part feels fairly grounded. And even at, like, a max level, like, unless you're using the bullshit, like, DLC weapons that are just overpowered, like, there is still a high chance of you, like, dying. And with Dying Light 2, they basically were like, oh, what people liked about the game was just parkour stuff and being overpowered. So in Dying Light 2, you've got, like, a grappling hook, you've got a paraglider, you can double jump, which doesn't make any sense. You can, like, wall run, you can do all these, like, crazy things. You're just constantly moving, constantly outrunning everything. You're so goddamn powerful in Dying Light 2, and it's like, no. Like, I want to feel like a guy barely surviving who just happens to be good at climbing some walls, you know? Like, to me, that is what is really fun about the original Dying Light. Is that I'm just kind of good at climbing walls. The real hook of the game was, like, the survival aspects, and Dying Light 2 just... What if we're like Mirror's Edge with some zombies? And Dying Light The Beast, they said they want it from the outset for you to feel powerful. And I'm like, oh god. So they don't get it. That's what worries me about The Beast, is I don't want to be doing crazy, insane double jumps. I don't want to be like this uber powerful guy who's pressing RB and LB to activate a superpower. Like, I want to feel like weak and hunted and severely outnumbered by the amount of zombies that are out on the streets. What class are y'all in DICE's Battlefront 2? I'm a heavy user. Heavy, I think. That's the class usually that I would run. I eventually discovered that Officer is pretty fun. And so I mained Officer for quite a while. So, yeah, between the two, I'd say Heavy and Officer. I alternate between the two. Because Officer is really good. Like, the Sentry turret is almost like, it's just one of the many things that it can do. But what I also found was a lot of fun was, if I was on the attacking team, using that like, rush ability that the Officer can do to, like, you know, inspire hope in, like, all the other soldiers, like, that was an ability that was pretty damn fun to use. Because then they'd all rush in and they'd be able to just overwhelm the objective. Aaron Cron says, I enjoy your Halo videos on your YouTube channel. I appreciate that. That's nice. You'd be a fire Pokemon trainer. Would I be like a fire Pokemon trainer as in like, yo, you'd be a fire Pokemon trainer. You'd be awesome. Or you would train fire-type Pokemon. I think my favorite Pokemon type is, yeah, fire is a lot of fun. But as I've gotten older, I've also gravitated towards water type, because water type are very cute looking, typically. I don't think I've ever been too into grass type, or like grass type, because it's like, what? I'm gonna throw lawn cuttings at them as my attack? No. No, sir. Both water. Both, water is fire. Yeah, water type are cute. Poison for life. I don't think I ever found a poison type that really spoke to me. Because, like, when I think of water types, like, immediately Squirtle comes to mind. Staryu, Lapras. Also, this might be, like, a little bit weird. The only Pokemon generations that, like, really, like, if you want to turn my head in regards to Pokemon, it's got to be either, like, the original 150 or Diamond and Pearl. Although I did like the new one. You know, the new Pokemon game that everyone was clowning on? I liked it. Except for that stupid cat thing, the dancing cat thing. I freaking hated that thing. Why was Tartar Ass, the brute in Halo 2, so stupid? Yeah, he wasn't too bright. Tartarus. Remember, like, they had the Oracle, they had Guilty Spark, and Arbiter straight up said, "Hey, Guilty Spark, what does the Halo ring do?" And he's like, "It kills everybody." And Tartarus is like, "No, Arbiter, you lie!" I love you, cutie. Bro, that ladder video was awesome, man. That is an insane sentence to say. And thank you for that. Thank you. That ladder video was a ton of fun to actually get done. And I'm very happy that it came out well. There's gonna be more weird videos like it. Everyone says, like, there were like a couple of people like, "Man, the Halo content drought is real. We're really scraping the bottom of the barrel for topics." And it's like, this is the problem. This is the problem. I've got a text document that's full of ideas like that. I've got so many that I don't know where to start. It is not scraping the bottom of the barrel. I'm currently trying to figure out the writing for a video on how Halo's motion blur in Halo 3 and Halo Reach worked. Like, how Bungie did it. There's something so silly about the serious parts of older Halo games. Oracle, what is Halo? It kills everything. Yeah, Halo's a lot of fun. Now that, like, Neil is gone, Neil likes it when Halo is very, very serious. I like it when Halo is, like, a little bit funny. Like, a little bit goofy and silly. Like, ODST is, like... ODST and Halo 2, I think, are exactly the kind of tone that a Halo game should have. Blur in my motion? Well, here, so, like, since we're all friends here, right? We're all pals. We're all just a bunch of guys being dudes. Halo's motion blur is so interesting because it's not per object motion blur, what Bungie did. What they essentially did was, when you're in motion, when the camera is doing things, like the camera is looking this way, looking that way, up, down, like all that stuff, what happens is there is a blur, like it's called a radial blur, where, oh man, how am I gonna explain this without sounding like a complete idiot? It's like, imagine you take the image and then smear it down in like a direction. So if you take a dot, the dot is going to turn into a long white line in a specific direction. Now apply that to the whole thing. So like my face stretches that, like, so that's how Bungie did motion blur in Halo 3. But what it was attached to was basically, look at like my webcam, the center of the screen in a circle is off limits. Nothing is blurred there. But the edges, that's where the blur is applied. So if you move forward, the edges of your screen are going to have those blur streaks. But what's in front of you is going to be crystal clear. And when you're turning, your view and stuff, like right where your crosshair is, you're going to have perfect visual clarity. But the edges of the screen are going to be where that radial blur is applied. And it's a way to make motion seem a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more fast-paced and stuff, while also allowing you to be able to see what's in front of you for combat purposes. And that's why, like, a lot of games with motion blur, you know, a lot of people prefer to turn it off, but you don't hear a lot of complaints about Halo 3 on the MCC, how you can't turn off motion blur in that game. It's because what's right in front of you is never blurred. I'd bring the brute shot back by turning it into a Quake grenade launcher. Grenades that bounce everywhere, detonating on contact, or after 5 seconds. That would be fun. That would be fun for some chaos stuff. Yeah, and the motion blur is also done at a per pixel level, so it's not like a shitty looking screen effect. It is like good looking. Yeah, I like that idea for the brute shot. Like the Doom menu transitions. Dominion, underrated Halo 4 game mode. Dominion's great, dude. Dominion, I think, should have been the basis for Warzone in Halo 5. Like, that would have been awesome if you could fortify bases in Warzone with defense turrets as well as AI Marines. Like, imagine if, you know how, like, the bases in Warzone, they had, the bases in Warzone all had, like, marine defenses. Imagine if you could, like, upgrade that to auto turrets. I'd watch that water video unironically. I like the nitty-gritty of game engines, and Blam's been very mysterious. Like, how many people know that Blam is descended from Myth, the Fallen Lords? Yep, I know that. Blam, the Halo engine, the one that I'm playing right now, it began life, as an RTS engine. And then something that's also, like, pretty fun is part of the reason that Halo 1 to Halo 2 feel so different. Like, in terms of, like, warthogs flipping around, player movement and jumping and stuff. The reason that it feels so different in Halo 2 is because in Halo 1 they used their own proprietary in-house physics engine, which got the job done, you know, but it was a little bit floaty, a little bit simplistic. And then in Halo 2, they signed up with Havoc to use their physics engine, and that's the physics engine that Halo has used ever since. So that's why Halo 1 always feels like the odd one out in regards to, like, physics. Sonic Unleashed has some of the best motion blur I've ever seen. Yeah, Sonic Unleashed still to this day looks... The motion blur filter in Sonic Unleashed is very, 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 very good looking. It's a lot better than the one in Generations. And then, of course, you know, Lost World and Forces have no motion blur. Something doesn't look quite right with the one in Forces. Like, Forces looks... Or, not Forces, Frontiers, I mean. Frontiers looks, like, like, it looks good. I think Frontiers looks really good with the motion blur enabled, but something's grainy about it that's hard to explain. And same with Shadow. Sonic X Shadow Generations. That motion blur, something about it's very, very grainy. To be honest, I'll miss the Slipspace engine. I will too. I will too. It's kind of sad that just the Slipspace engine is being thrown out with the bathwater. Sonic Unleashed is still the most expensive looking and feeling Sonic game. Sort of. Sort of. I can see that. I think Shadow, Sonic X Shadow Generations, definitely, it feels like there's a bit of a budget going on there. Sonic and the Black Knight also feels really high budget, even though it probably wasn't. I think just the scale of Sonic and the Black Knight is kind of like staggering a little bit. Yeah, because with Sonic Generations, they began... It's this thing that I don't really like that the... which they... Let's be honest, they probably did it, honestly, for, like, budget reasons, as well as time constraints, but cutscenes would take place in a weird, like, black void, and there would be a spotlight over the characters. And it's like, sure, like, the character interactions were the important part, and, like, the games looked colorful and bouncy enough that you didn't quite notice it. But once you notice it, it's hard to unnotice it. There's a lot of cutscene. There's this cutscene in Sonic Lost World where Sonic says something about, like, wow, this is quite a place, Egghead, or something, and he's, like, looking around, and they're supposed to be in, like, Eggman's lair, but there is nothing around them. They're in a black void with a spotlight on them. I'm back after a shower. Keep me company while I sleep. Will do, Mr. Nowhere. Is Tiger Engine the Destiny engine? Yes, yes, yes. The way that the technology tree goes is you've got Myth, which is an RTS game. Then it goes into Halo. Then Halo 2. Then Halo 3. And then there is a branch. So Halo 3 then goes on to Reach, and 4, 5, and Infinite. This branch, though, that started at 3, that goes on into Destiny. So Destiny runs on an evolved version of Halo 3's engine. And I say evolved form of Halo 3's engine. It's so different under the hood that it might as well be a new game engine. But there is still, like, there are, you know, data miners and stuff that have poked around Destiny 2's code, and there are still buried deep within the code references to some Halo stuff. Like, I think there is somebody discovered in the Destiny 2 beta back when it released on PC, there was a reference to grunts panicking and fleeing, like the strings of code that enabled that. Like, all the way in Destiny 2. And it was a Halo 1 grunt specifically. So it's like, that's cool, right? Not just Slipspace, practically any proprietary engine thrown out in favor of Unreal feels like a hostile Epic takeover combined with EGS exclusivity. Yeah, it's disappointing how many game engines are starting to be thrown out so that everyone can use Unreal Engine. Bethesda is staying strong with the Creation Engine too. Hold the line, Todd. Yeah, I hope they never get rid of the Creation Engine. People need to shut up about the Creation Engine being bad or outdated or whatever. Like, actually, please shut your mouth. Please, please, please. Because them getting rid of that and switching to the Unreal Engine, you will miss the Creation Engine when it's gone. Would anyone say Destiny 1 is worth playing solo? I'd say if you're a Halo fan, yes. Playing all the Destiny 1 story content, that was a good stretch. It can be done. And it's interesting to see where Destiny went. What I would do is explore the cut content of Destiny 2, the original story, understand the development of it by doing homework, then play Destiny. And it's interesting to see the way that they've like stitched the game together. And, you know, it helps also that Destiny 1 was kind of when the music of Destiny peaked. Because that was back when it was both Marty and Michael together with Paul McCartney and stuff. So it's basically, it feels like an epilogue to Halo, to Bungie's run on Halo musically. Destiny has a very, very, very good soundtrack. Not quite as iconic as the Halo soundtrack, but very, very good. Reminds me of this video showing us Half-Life Alyx has lights that use the same flickering logic pattern that was used all the way back in Quake 1. That's interesting. Yeah, game engines are interesting. Also, apparently Unity is teaming up with the US government, so there's another impetus to ditch Unity. God, Unity's so disgusting, man. What happened? It's like Unity's been speed running, like, their way into becoming a hated game engine. Oh, we matched midnight? That's fun. Wow. We both got killed. Okay. I wonder why we don't have a BTB extraction playlist in Infinite, but there's one for the arena. I guess, is extraction, like, fun in... Is it fun in Big Team Battle Halo Infinite? Is it in Big Team Battle Halo Infinite? Like, matchmaking, is it lumped into one of the other playlists? Destiny's biggest sin is not giving us moth people. Yeah, the moth people. There's a lot of stuff that I wish Destiny, like, went harder on. Like, something that I thought was really cool about Destiny 1 that got lost as the franchise continued to kind of, like, evolve was Destiny 1, specifically, was kind of like this combination of NASA punk with fantasy elements. So you think of, like, a knight. You know, like a medieval knight, like, defending the castle. And imagine if his armor and his, like, cloak was made out of, like a space blanket or a parachute from a lunar lander. You know, and his chest plates were made up from, like, pieces of a satellite or something. Like, that's the kind of look that Destiny 1 had. And it was very cool, that hybrid of sci-fi space age stuff with fantasy elements. There's a third RuneScape? Is there? I know that there was some controversy happening with RuneScape. But I haven't been keeping... Didn't they want, like, to add ads to RuneScape? Something stupid like that. It's mostly because maintaining an engine alongside the proper game development is really hard for companies without the necessary resources. A custom engine nearly killed Square Enix in the late 2000s. Well, to be fair, that's also just Square Enix. Like, as a game company, Square Enix is quite odd. They're a bit of a money pit. But, yeah, the problem with being, like, both a technology company and a game company, like having your own proprietary engine, is, as well as, you know, having to be a successful game company. The more money you have to spend on, like, research and development, the better. And the more resources you can give to, like, engineering and your tech people, the better. And that's not always the case. So, like, if you're a third-party publisher or something, like, using proprietary in-house tech can be pretty hard. The sequel will be named after Gary's brother, thus it will be called Jerry's Mod. Is that true? You're not joking with me, right? There's a sequel to Gary's Mod called Jerry's Mod that's being done? Oh, that's my wife sniffling. Sweet. The RE engine from Capcom is incredible. Yeah, that engine's pretty cool. I haven't played any of the new RE engine games, though, like Dragon's Dogma 2. How did it handle open world? The last RE engine game I played was Village. And I remember that game looking pretty stunning. Halo 4 livestream 2024. It's like 2012 all over again. Yeah, right? Trying to think of what we could hop into next. Would you ever do a video of Halo 4 regeneration equipment and armor abilities like the latter video? Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Wow, that's actually a great idea. Talking about armor abilities. There are some people that don't know what armor abilities are. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Good idea. CE's physics might share some commonality with Marathon's physics code, according to the ancient article I read like years ago via Myth again. God, that's interesting. Yeah, the RE engine being able to do DMC5 is pretty awesome. DMC5 looked so nuts when it came out. Like, what's that character? V? I could not believe how good he looked. Same with Virgil. Like, Virgil's hair specifically, it seemed unreal how good it looked. I absolutely love that you did a video on ladders. That makes me feel so good. I don't want to be doing controversy stuff. I don't want to be doing, like... You have no clue how, like, annoying it is to see, like, the downfall of Halo content in my feed. So, I am deliberately trying to inject some more, like... let's just have fun with Halo content into the YouTube algorithm. Talking about weird nonsense that I care a lot about. Oh. Can we do CE big team battle? We could. Yeah, let's any of you guys up for some Combat Evolved big team battle? Wait, that's Reach. Okay. Good stuff. You're not a fearmonger. Go you. Yeah, they're man. Yeah, so like the like 343 hiring Concord developers, where I just said like no, what they hired was like a marketing lead for Concord, and from a marketing standpoint, the marketing for Concord was fine. The problem is what they were marketing was not anything anybody wanted, you know, which isn't the marketing team's fault. They're just doing their job. There was this like insanely stupid controversy a while ago where there was like a Halo, and it's something that still is brought up, and it like drives me up the wall in a way that's really hard to articulate. It's one of those things where I have to shut off the autism because I want to infodump and explain to these people why this is such a bad take to be having. But no good will come of it because they're pretending to be outraged for the sake of making shitty YouTube videos. So, you know, they're not operating in good faith. But there was a producer, a single producer of many at Halo Studios 343 that said that he personally was not into firearms. And so all the usual, like, I'm going to pretend to be offended so that I can make a 20-minute video with, like, an AI-generated overweight Master Chief in a wheelchair screaming about Sweet Baby Inc. Like, you know, those kind of YouTubers. Saying, like, Halo Studios is run by a guy who hates guns! And I think if you ask them what a producer's job is in game development, they couldn't tell you. They don't know what that means. Cream soda or root beer? Oh boy. I don't know if I've ever had cream soda, and I can't remember the last time I had root beer. I'll say root beer? God, I remember that controversy. Yeah, that was pretty dumb and annoying. I love the Halo 2 music more than any other game. The Halo 2 soundtrack goes really hard. Frankly, as a student, I kind of love the ubiquity of Unreal. It's nice to know the work I put into projects now is useful experience that can translate into a proper job. That's interesting. I haven't actually heard that take about the... I spawned at the other team's base by accident. Well, I say by accident like I had a choice. Okay. There we go. Let's do it. Oh, I got him. Wow. Okay. Cool beans. Okay. If anyone wants to hop into the Warthog with me, it's red versus blue. Did I just betray him? I'm sorry. WTF is cream soda. Isn't cream soda, like, it kind of is exactly what it says on the tin, like, kind of like carbonated soda? Or carbonated soda. I'll leave, okay? I'll leave. That was a silly thing that I just said. Isn't it like, it's creamy, it's a little bit thick, but it's carbonated? Halo 3 is the only Bungie game with skippable cutscenes. Like, Sabo Highway's ending cutscene is 40 seconds of, you made it, let's get the bad guy. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. Some of that is by design, because, Halo 3 was developed during that point when, like, online play, split-screen play, man, crazy, right? Was a thing that a lot of developers were pushing. Like, everything had a co-op component. So even Resident Evil, of all games. And so with Halo 3, what they wanted to do was make it so that cutscenes were treated more as, like, a bridge into gameplay. Like, it's less of, I forgot who it was at Bungie that described it, but it was like, in Halo 2, you pretty much put down the controller to watch a movie. And they wanted to move away from that, and since you're going to be in a party, or you're going to be playing split screen with a bunch of guys talking over each other, keep the cutscenes somewhat brief, keep them a little bit focused more on what is the big picture, like what have we accomplished, or what do we need to do in the level. And then kind of have the storytelling happen in the level via set pieces. Which, funny enough, is actually something that Halo 5 did as well. That was a direction that they went in with Halo 5's cutscenes. Due to the same reason, co-op play being a big focus. But that's part of why Halo 5's cutscenes are like that. They're supposed to be just kind of like the opening and the bookend of levels. Halo 3's story was a big nothing burger. I was really disappointed by it. Narratively, I think thematically, there isn't a lot there. But I think experientially, I don't think that's a word. The experience of Halo 3's campaign, I think, is very satisfying. In CE, you can't really skip any of them. The ending of Library is over a minute long. Well, if you're a real guy, real man, you don't skip any Halo cutscenes. I just liked Truth in Halo 2 more. They made him a bit more of a cartoon villain in Halo 3. I'm not sure that they made him a cartoon villain in Halo 3 is the thing. It's something a lot of people say, and I think what they get caught up on is the voice change. But in terms of, like, if you were to replace the voice and keep all the dialogue the same, there is a lot of commonality between Halo 2. The difference is that in Halo 3, most of your experience with him is him preaching basically to the choir. He's being a religious leader for his fellow Covenant. So of course he's going to be like, you know, like the great journey, blah, 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 like you will all burn in fires of your own, blah, blah. Because there is that moment in Halo 3 at the end where it's just him and Johnson, and that's when the Halo 2 truth comes out. You know, what's the matter? You can't start your own party? And he's like, I admit I need your help, but that secret dies with the rest. Like, there's a bit of that manipulation, because it's just him and Johnson. And it's really just a matter of, like, you don't see the villain's perspective in Halo 3, because that's not the story Halo 3 is doing. So you're not going to get a lot of Truth's side of it. And I'm not sure how you would solve that, because what you could do is randomly cut to what the bad guys are doing, but that's sort of awkward. Like, without a reason for you to be cutting to the bad guys, why are we seeing their perspective? In Halo 2, you see what the bad guys are up to because you're playing as the Arbiter. Like, something also about Halo Truth. So here's something that's kind of, like, interesting. So, Truth in Halo 3 seems to understand... He seems to understand the dangers of the Halo rings and that they will purge life in the galaxy. But he also I have to think about this a little bit more. Like I have to like analyze what the context was back then. But he said there's a lot of talk about gods must be strong. You are weak. And at the time, what was kind of established by Halo 2, and this is not the cut ending, okay? This is not the cut ending. We're not counting that, because that cut ending is not canon. With Halo 2, you get that Truth understands that there is a great journey of some kind. What that means to him is entirely up for debate at that point. He's willing to throw his own fellow Covenant under the bus. Like, almost like, think of it like the entire Covenant Empire he hijacked the Covenant religion to pursue what he viewed as the great journey. Like, the Covenant had existed as this big religious movement for a very long time. They believed in this idea of the great journey of becoming gods. What Truth did, essentially, in the Covenant's history was at some point he came to power with the other two prophets, and Truth clearly had an agenda of his own. That it's almost like taking over a religion and twisting it. And so what he wanted to achieve was kind of like a bit unclear, like, what is the great journey? We know it's activating the Halo rings, but that'll kill everybody. He's smart, but, like, does he know that activating the Halo rings will just kill everybody? And then a book called Contact Harvest came out, and Contact Harvest was supposed to release before Halo 3 launched. So it was basically a prequel to Halo 3 that talked about the first days of the Covenant War with humanity, and it's from the point of view of Sergeant Johnson. And what happens in that is they find a Forerunner AI, and there's this thing all about, like, reclamation and, like, that word, and the Covenant religion was kind of built around it, and great journey and stuff. And this Forerunner AI, they're finally able to talk to it, and it reveals to the three prophets, like, you people are stupid as hell. Like, it's not reclamation, it's reclaimer. It's like a word. And humans are reclaiming their inheritance, because at that time in Halo lore, humans and Forerunners were implied to be the same species. And what kind of happened then was, it's not entirely clear, I've got to think about it a little bit more, but it seems that what Truth took that to mean was that the human race that he is waging, basically, like, they're orbiting a planet, and they do a scan on the planet, and there are billions of Forerunner artifacts. Billions. Like, their sensors light up because there are so many Forerunner artifacts. And what he realizes in that moment is he's like, oh my god, some of the Forerunners were left behind from the Great Journey. Not all of them went on the Great Journey. And what you realize is all those Forerunner artifacts, it's humans. It's human life signs. They're, like, the planet is crawling in human beings. They are Forerunners. And this revelation would destroy the Covenant. And so what I believe happened in Halo 3 is that Truth has gaslit himself into viewing it as almost like, think of it like rapture. Because he talks about, like, your forefathers wisely set aside their compassion. They steeled themselves for what needed to be done. I can see why they left you behind. He seems to view the modern day human race as being left out of paradise due to some weakness. And that cleansing he knows that the Halo rings will purge the galaxy of all life. What the Great Journey is not entirely clear. He knows what the Halo rings do. And he thinks, for some reason, that the human beings were left behind. The reason they were not allowed to go along with the rest of the Forerunners is because of some sin that they did. Something about them is unclean. And he says that to Johnson, basically, you know? Like, in order to be a god, I need to do what must be done. I need to activate the ring. I need to cleanse all life. I understand that I need your help, because you are genetically related to the gods. But, you know, nobody needs to know that. Yeah, so... Yeah, they're like these great breakdowns. Some of it also is, weirdly enough, gleaned from the leaks, the dig site leaks, like the design documents, you know, that Bungie worked under. There are even like some notes about what the lore was at that time. There's also like thoughts from Bungie employees, because one actually talked about at the time that humans and Forerunners are the same species. And around Halo 3, some of the folks at Bungie began to explore this idea of a precursor alien race that is responsible for life in the Milky Way galaxy, and in a similar way to like angels and fallen angels and, you know, the concept of rapture, like biblical stuff. The precursors at some point separated humanity from the Forerunners. And they are the same species, but they were kind of like separated from the Forerunners and kind of put on Earth. And what you find in the Halo 3 terminals is that it actually references that little bit of internal Bungie lore. Because they talk about how it's almost like discovering a long-lost family member. It's this planet, this blue planet that they've never looked at before, and it's covered in, like, them. But it's, like, primitive versions of them. And it's, you know, the humans that were separated from the Forerunners. And they're so pure, they're like us, but without sin. And so they chose, basically, like, you know, their long-lost family were to be the Reclaimers. And so that hidden sect of the Forerunners that were separated away, they became the modern human race. Obviously, things change, but what is kind of interesting is that 343's lore does actually retain some of those ideas. And even, like, references some of those ideas. What is that message, LOL? Was there a message? A silly message? If I shook Captain Keys, would he jingle? Probably. This map is great, by the way. Oh, the ARG makes so much more sense then. Yeah. Halo lore is cool, is what I'm trying to say. And Forerunner stuff is also, like, fun. I think a little bit of it was lost with the Forerunner trilogy of books. But it's fine. In fact, something also that's, like, cool is, how many ladders are on this map? There are 10 ladders. There's 5 on this side and 5 on the other side.
I think 35.
And I know because I counted. And you want to know something? I did it without the mod tools because I didn't know how. I didn't know how to. So I had to... That's the reason I missed some ladders, because I had to go out of my way to find every single ladder. Yeah, there are 5 on this side. And the longest ladders can be found on the map Infinity. I remember reading a Halo story post not too long ago about how 343 should have had humans be a low caste of Forerunners that were cast aside by the Ecumene. Well, what's kind of interesting is, like, that kind of is already the case to an extent. And it was something as far back as the Forerunner trilogy from 343. 343 had to, like, come out and re-clarify it because people forgot. Oh, excuse me. But, in the Forerunner trilogy, what they establish is that the precursors when they were designing life in the Milky Way galaxy, the human race and the Forerunner species were basically taken from the same gene pool. So if you think about it like monkeys and primates, and how humans at some point in evolution, we split off from monkeys and became a new species unto ourselves. That's basically what happened with humans and Forerunners long ago, but by precursor design. And so technically in the Halo lore, Forerunners and humans are, they come from a similar ancestor. It's a little bit less romantic, I think, than the prospect of, like, quite literally we are the descendants of the Forerunners, but there is still a connection in the Halo lore. Indeed, I was mostly joking. By cartoon villain, I meant you only really see the preaching. I just thought he was much more charismatic and fun to listen to in Halo 2. Same dude, Miss Johnson. Yeah, he, Halo 3, it wasn't the best voice, I think. Like, it was a good voice, don't get me wrong, you know? Like, it was a great voice, in fact. It was a fantastic voice. Like, his performance, he knocked it out of the park. There was not a single thing wrong with his delivery. The problem is, it didn't sound like Halo 2 Truth. And so if you're going to do, like, you know, a recast, you better find someone who sounds almost identical to that original guy. Like, Miranda does sound different in Halo 3 compared to Halo 2, but she sounds close enough that I think the Miranda Keys recast can pass. Truth, though, it is such an insanely different voice that it's very distracting. Yeah, so it seems that Halo 3 Truth, what motivates him, what's that laughing sound? Oh, someone's talking. Fortunately, I gotta mute. Sorry, fellas. So what seems to motivate Halo 3's Truth is that he wants to purge the galaxy, do what needs to be done. He seems to have, like, misinterpreted what the Forerunners were doing as, like, culling the weak, basically. Like, he's like, I'm not sure how you survived, but you were left behind because you were not weak. Or because you were weak, you were not strong. The Forerunners activated the Halo rings because they were strong and they saw that there was weakness and that only the strong should survive. So I'm going to make sure that none of you are left behind this time. Like, this time, to quote Halo 2's Mercy, this time none of you will be left behind. That seems to be what Truth's motivation was. He wanted to activate the rings to kill everything, make sure the job is done this time, and then go on the great journey. What the great journey is, maybe it's a physical journey, maybe he thinks the Forerunners left the Milky Way galaxy after they cleansed it of all life. Who knows? But that seems to be what his goal was with activating the rings. It really was to kill all life. Because, you know, gods must be strong. Only the strongest will survive. Lead me to heaven when we die. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so that seems to be what Truth was up to in Halo 3. And his little whisper to Johnson when that brute chieftain wasn't listening, I admit I need your help, but that secret will die with the rest. That's a little bit of the slipperiness of Halo 2's Truth that didn't... didn't really come out just because the voice is so different. But I bet if you were to do that original Truth voice, it would have felt like a clever... You would have been able to tell that the whole, you know, like... your destruction is the will of the gods, and I am their instrument. You probably would have been able to see that that was a show for the rest of the Covenant. Hey, anyone know why modern Halo games are so tilting? Yes, it's a mixture of the skill-based matchmaking as well as the ease of use and range of the gunfights that are happening. Because in classic Halo, the ranged weapons had a very slow and predictable firing pattern to them. They were either this Halo Combat Evolved pistol, the sniper rifle, ones that are like boom, 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 boom. So you know what the firing pattern is going to be. Well, weapons with a chaotic and unpredictable firing pattern were mostly for close range. But in modern Halo, everything is long range. And regardless of their firing patterns, so you're constantly being pelted from a distance by an assault rifle that's very fast, very hard hitting. So even if you aren't getting kills with the assault rifle, you're at least peppering somebody's shield. So you're constantly feeling, you know, the pressure. And then couple that with the way that Sprint kind of makes movement binary. You're either moving at max speed or you are not. And when you're moving at max speed, you're not allowed to fire your weapon. So there's a lot of layers to the gameplay in modern Halo that classic Halo doesn't have because of how mechanically simplistic it is. So modern Halo can feel kind of like overwhelming sometimes to play because there's a lot more things to keep track of. There's a lot more things to look out for. That line is a reference to the Macworld demo. It is. You whacked that guy. Did I whack somebody? Was I randomly, like, smacking and then I accidentally killed somebody? Man, I gotta stop doing that. Oh no, that was Isaiah. Did he notice? I didn't notice. Let me pause this. I gotta stop randomly meleeing, because I'm getting myself into trouble. There's a perk in Black Ops 6 now that makes you sprint faster, but with no tac sprint. I don't get it, man. I feel like I'm the only one who's crazy. Or, no, not crazy. I feel like the world has gone crazy and I'm the only one who's sane. Why does Call of Duty now need a perk that makes sprint useful and disables tac sprint? Completely unrelated, but the little foreshadowing in 343 Guilty Spark in Combat Evolved where the Crazed Marine shoots you with a magnum to warn the player of hit scan enemies in the level is genius storytelling. I'm not sure if it's to warn the player of hit scan enemies. I think it's just like he's crazy and he's shooting at you. I don't think it's like preparing the player for anything. I think it's just like a moment of like, well, he's a Marine. He's got the magnum. Or the pistol. You know, he's shooting at you. I hate tac sprint as a feature in general. I don't mind tac sprint. What I mind is when tac sprint is just there. And I find for the most part that like milsim games, things like tac sprint make a little bit more sense. Because, like, you know, some milsim games have like 7 different crouch stances, because the idea is it's a simulation, you know? But in Call of Duty, I struggle to find why tac sprint makes sense. And the argument is usually that, like, well, it's because, you know, like, you want to be able to get to a place a little bit quicker. And you use tac sprint because it comes in a finite resource. And what I'm just thinking of is, like, I remember in Call of Duty 4 how, like, your base movement speed felt fine, and you could not sprint forever. And because of that, sprinting was a tactical choice. And then for some reason, they switched to unlimited sprint. And now sprint is so, like, mundane that they've got to add a second sprint that just does the thing that sprint used to do before it became infinite. I'm just like, why not go back to the Call of Duty 4 style of sprint? Yeah, people are gonna, like, complain that sprint isn't infinite, but they'll live with it. There is such a charm to Halo CE's graphics. There are. Halo, like, these graphics are something that cannot be replicated in the modern day because of how bizarre and abstract the terrain is, because of the low poly nature. Like, just going outside, like, wrong. That's not how terrain forms, you know? Like, look at this. None of this makes any sense. Why is grass growing at like a 70-degree angle uphill? It doesn't make sense. You know, and then it gets completely flattened up there. You really see it in the Resident Evil 4 remake. Like, in some of those... That was goofy. That was some silliness. It's moss. It's not moss. Look at the texture. It's the grass texture. Look, grass texture, grass texture, grass texture. It's the same texture. I mean, the reason that it's like that is because it would look unfinished if it was a rock going all the way down to the seam. It's you're blending your terrain pieces together, basically. But, you know, the fact that you interpreted it as moss is like the power of the brain. If this was brought into the modern day, the graphics would be too good for them to get away with stuff like that. They'd have to make the terrain look more sensible, you know? Like, look how smooth this is. Look how straight that is. It's like a flat wall. You can't do that. They'd have to make it look bumpy and rocky, and there would have to be a lot of detail in there. You'd have to have vines grow. Like, it would look over-designed if they were to redesign it, you know, for modern graphics. Because that's not how terrain actually is in the real world. That's not how anything would form. You know, no hill goes down at that angle, then stops and immediately becomes straight. You'd have to blend it a little bit more, and it's you lose that look of Combat Evolved by doing that. I love the abstract nature of game graphics during this time. Just landscapes don't make a lot of sense, but your brain makes sense of it. Did you just see that flamethrower? Someone's going crazy up there with the flamethrower. Do you think Combat Evolved Remake should experiment with open worlds like the Macworld version? I don't think so. I think Combat Evolved, what makes levels like the Silent Cartographer fun is that it is a mission where you're let off the leash and allowed to explore. If every mission was the Silent Cartographer, or if the whole game was the Silent Cartographer, then the Silent Cartographer wouldn't be special. Okay, we're gonna do one more match, okay, failers? Let me scroll up a little bit. Is it okay to call active camo invis? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Tell me more about ladders. So ladders are, if I remember right, it's an ability that the player actually has, like, under the hood. Like, have you seen, like, some of those, like, enhanced mobility mods for Halo Combat Evolved where they add in wall running and stuff? Those mods work by basically, you know, doing a tick that makes the player treat every single wall as a ladder so they can hover around them. As well as, like, they set up in one of the books that the Covenant elites hate ladders because they can't climb them well. You know, because they're leg shape. And later on, that was actually explored a bit more by... Now, this is, like, stuff where it's kind of like Star Wars lore, how Star Wars lore can get pretty stupid, you know, because of how detailed and complex it goes. Like, a thing can't just be a thing. It has to become this crazy thing with a lot of deep lore and a lot of kind of like in order to make a lightsaber, you have to meditate over a crystal and imbue it with it can't just be a laser sword. It has to be this Jedi rite of passage that they may, you know. Either way. So, elites don't like ladders because of their leg shape. It makes climbing ladders very hard. And in one of the Halo books, they set up that there's this brute chieftain, and on his ship, he hates elites so much that he removed all grav lifts from his personal ship so that any elites that were stationed on his ship had to struggle to get up all the ladders. That's the stuff where it's like, okay, that's a very dumb piece of lore, but there you go. There's some more ladder trivia. A brute hated elites so much that he took out all the grav lifts on his Covenant cruiser and replaced them with ladders to prank the elites. That's Halo lore. That's canon. There was a brute that did that in the Halo canon. It's funny. I love that Forerunner designed as a plausible excuse for weird environment design. Yeah, like look at this. Look at this rock cliffside here. Look at that. Like, it's completely flat up there and then just hits an edge and then goes down. That doesn't make any sense. If you were to go out, it looks like a sandcastle, you know? Like making a sandcastle, then taking a shovel and like scooping atop of it off. Like, that's not how nature works. So that's why in like Halo 2 Anniversary, if you look at it, there's like all this like grass on the edges. There's like rocks that are dribbling off it. Like, it's very over-designed. Oof. Blood Gulch is very over-designed in Halo 2 Anniversary. And it's because the graphics are so good that they've got to make the terrain and the environment look plausible. Otherwise, it'll look stupid. This hill is not a natural formation. Somebody built it. Yeah, a giant Forerunner with a little scooper. Do you think the next Halo game should bring back active camo? Active camo's already in Halo Infinite. And also, do you think Halo CE Remake and the next game should have it? As far as campaign is concerned, I want power-ups back in the campaign. I think power-ups are a great way to encourage exploration. Dead Halo games. Yes. How many people are playing Halo Combat Evolved Big Team Battle on MCC? I like not having ever seen or heard of any of the Forerunners ever. Now you may be thinking, but the Forerunners were featured in Halo 4, but that never happened. Well, Halo 4 did happen. Just play Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. Yeah, Combat Evolved Anniversary is a good example of, like, you know, the environments look a lot more realistic, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they look the same. Dare to be stupid. The Invis on Truth and Reconciliation is a good example. Yeah, Invis on Truth and Reconciliation, going into the Covenant boarding crafts in the first mission, and finding overshields in there. Wow, the driver survived. Did you see that? That was cool. Halo CE maps and Reach are over-designed. Yeah, they look unrecognizable as Halo 1 maps because the graphics are too good by that point. Like, they have to make the environments look more plausible. Otherwise, gamers will notice that the graphics look weird and bad. Personally, not a fan of the indestructible vehicles in Combat Evolved. Yes, they are very silly. Hey LNG, do you think Magnum starts is a mistake for Combat Evolved? Every game, it's all anyone ever uses. I think making it a field weapon, starting with a plasma pistol and AR, would make things far more varied. You'd probably get a bit more of that, like, home split screen vibe from that. Keep in mind also that the true way to play Halo Combat Evolved, in fact, we'll do one game of it after this. The true way to play Combat Evolved is play 2v2. Halo Combat Evolved, it could do it via split screen, or system link, but this was supposed to be played with 4 players on a screen, 2 versus 2. You know, and stuff like 4v4 and Big Team Battle are more of the exceptions that are, you know, for system link and stuff like that. So if you really want to play casual Slayer, like small team modes in Halo Combat Evolved, what you really should be doing is going into 2v2 matchmaking. Because that's the authentic Halo 1 experience. And that's when you notice that the Magnum is not actually the biggest deal in the world. But I also do agree with you there that the Magnum is like an extremely competitive weapon. And since the Master Chief Collection runs at such a high frame rate and such a high resolution, visual clarity is at an all-time high. And then couple that with the changes that they made to aiming and the new controller setups and stuff, and you can see targets, track targets, move about much easier than you could on the original Xbox. So in a lot of ways, the MCC unintentionally breaks Halo 1. So yeah, you probably could do a playlist where it's just plasma pistol starts, and you could probably claw back a bit of that like casual split screen experience. Almost got you, says Isaiah. You did almost get me, dude. There is so much subtlety to Combat Evolved that many don't recognize. Well, also remember, like, Combat Evolved is it's not an afterthought. Some people say that the multiplayer is an afterthought. It's not. But it's also not nearly as thought out, multiplayer-wise, as like Halo 1 was, or Halo 2 was. In Halo 2, there was a lot more thought that went into how the sandbox was designed, how vehicles worked. So stuff like vehicles just not exploding, there isn't a deep underlying game design reason why. It's just like the vehicles just don't explode. And they fixed it in the sequel. So it is okay to just be like, yeah, some of Combat Evolved is pretty jank. I miss the plasma rifle. I do too. I remember playing this thinking, what makes this evolved? The additional allied soldiers? I mean, Rainbow Six has always been around for ages, and you can order those guys around. The reason it's called Combat Evolved is because Microsoft thought that the name Halo was too weird for a shooter. If I remember right, they had like an even dumber idea. But Combat Evolved was there so that people saw the name Halo and they didn't think it was like a weird religious game. Okay, so just one match, and then we're going to hop off. And it's going to be in 2v2. So if you want to, search in 2v2 Halo 1. I don't find Halo 1's multiplayer that much fun these days. Tired of the pistol dominating everything on map. Okay. Yeah, the pistol is probably the best weapon in the game. I still think Halo 1 is a lot of fun, though. I'm not sure I'd say the pistol dominates, because, like, if I pick up a sniper rifle, a pistol user isn't gonna... They're not gonna kill me from range. Like, I'm gonna kill them, you know?
Team slain.
Like, the reason that we're using the pistol is because it's the spawn weapon, you know? And if I pick up the shotgun, then, you know, we're gonna use that thing at close range. In fact, I think a shotgun... No, it's... Okay. This is our spawn weapon. This is our primary weapon. It's the weapon we compete with. But then if you pick up a sniper, hell yeah, you're going to use that thing when the situation calls for it. Same with, like, rockets, you know? Look at this. Got myself a sniper now. Okay. I'm going to come up here. There's also rockets up here. But here's the thing, okay? If you've got a power weapon, don't pick up a second power weapon, okay? Because then if you get killed, you've given the enemy team 2 power weapons. See the pacing? Look at how much more chill it is with 2v2. It's like a split screen experience. Damn it. Come on out. He got me. Okay. At least on the OG Halo 1 PC, the netcode was so borked that you had to massively lead your shots. That took all the edge off the constant pistol sniping. See, I like that stuff. I like leading your shots. Oops. There we go. look how screwed up he is. I love the Halo Combat Evolved plasma pistol. See, and if my buddy was there, he would have finished him off easily. But did you see that? He was trying to turn around to face me, but every time I hit him, his controls kind of got locked up. And that's the special ability of the plasma rifle in this game. I freaking love it. Isn't it technically a secondary since you have to switch to it? Technically it is, but, you know, if you're playing competitive Halo, this is the gun. That sniper rifle is ours. Yeah, see, like, if Halo 1 was truly a game where only the pistol mattered, we wouldn't be fighting over snipers, or rockets, or shotguns. Truly, we would just be ignoring these weapons. Because that guy, he wouldn't be using the sniper. I wouldn't be either. Truly, if it was a one-gun game. And it's not. Yeah, but look at how much more chill it is. I'm not constantly being peppered by other shots. If this was a 4v4 game, then I probably would be. Just a chill guy on Battle Creek. That is what I miss. Why did they ever get rid of that? Oh, like the leading your shots? Ease of use, making weapons feel more fun to use for people. Because there's a lot of people that don't like... Like, they want... It's like, you know, the brain wants what it wants. So, instant gratification of hit scan. That's what some people want, even if it's not necessarily the healthiest. Damn it. Okay, I was about to get on that second guy. Here's also another thing to keep in mind, okay, with Combat Evolved. And this is unfortunately a Master Chief collection issue that can't be fixed. It has to be done by 343. Because of the... So the way that the logic works for weapon spread, your weapon, it takes a certain amount of frames to reach max spread. Like, if you fire the assault rifle, after a certain amount of frames, your assault rifle is at its peak inaccuracy. And you have to stop firing for your assault rifle to become accurate again. And this game was designed around 30 frames per second. And what happened was, when, you know, the frame rate was bumped up to 60, no... Look at him, he literally cannot turn around to face me. Oh my god, I couldn't move. Dude, the plasma rifle is so much fun. Because... the frame rate was bumped up and nobody, you know, tweaked the code. Your weapon, because, you know, that frame rate, it's sped up now. You reach max inaccuracy much faster. Like double the speed. You know, it's almost going in fast forward how inaccurate your weapon gets. So, if you want to use that assault rifle effectively in this game, don't hold the trigger. Do not, because... less than a second after holding the trigger, it's at max inaccuracy because of the bump to 60 FPS. And if you're on PC, the problem is even worse if you're running at an unlocked frame rate. It's like immediately, the second you start firing, your assault rifle is at max inaccuracy if you're running at an unlocked frame rate. So play at 60 FPS if you're on PC and feather your shots. Feather your shots aggressively if you want to keep that assault rifle accurate. And you'll find that it's a little bit easier to use. And same goes for, like, the pistol and any other weapon. Something's also a little bit borked with the shotgun in Combat Evolved. Yeah, guys, if you want to learn how to love Combat Evolved and... Damn it. God damn it. I couldn't move. I was a sitting duck because of the plasma rifle. If you want to learn how to fall in love with Combat Evolved's multiplayer, don't do 4v4, don't do big team battle. Grind 2v2. And you'll get it. Because you'll have enough breathing room to be able to see what all the guns do and how to use them and in what situation. Okay, got him. And it also helps that in a 2v2 situation, you're prime material for being able to kind of use the sandbox in its more nuanced ways. Like, on this map, if you've got mics, something that works really well as a strategy is get your buddy to have a sniper rifle, and you run around with the plasma rifle and get yourself into gunfights, because you're not going to be getting a lot of kills. But once you start opening fire with that plasma rifle, the enemy can't move. And they're out in the open making a lot of noise, and your buddy with the sniper rifle can see it, and so he easily cleans them up for you. And you can pretty much wipe the entire team. You can get like 12 kills, you know, until the enemy team realizes kind of like the lock that they're in, and they start targeting your guy with the sniper rifle. But it's like you both working together. Like, Combat Evolved's multiplayer sandbox really was designed for 2 versus 2. Oh boy. Damn it. The CE death spin is perfect. I friggin' love that animation when you get a headshot and they twirl around. And also another thing, if you pick up an active camo, it takes a little while for the active camo to power up. And the assault rifle, for some reason, it makes the animation speed up dramatically. So if you pick up an active camo and you're like, I am a sitting duck here, then switch to your assault rifle, just fire off a shot, and your active camo, you'll be instantly cloaked. Why does the plasma rifle do headshots in this game? I don't think it does. I don't think it does headshot damage. I could be wrong. And also, this is another thing. For some reason, the assault rifle, it is the fastest melee speed of any gun. Damn it. I almost got him. I know what I did wrong. Also, the active camo speed is different for different weapons. Yeah, so it must have been an intentional design by Bungie. Look, did you see that? My buddy finished him off. Like, he was gonna get me. Oof, oof, oof. Let's run away. I want the brute shotgun to come sooner for Infinite. They're really stretching out the content. Yeah, I want the brute shotgun to come sooner rather than later as well. This is also something to consider. Different weapons have different melee ranges. I think, if I remember right, the rocket launcher has the furthest reach for a melee attack. With things like the pistol and the assault rifle having the shortest. I can't remember the exact. And, sorry, one more thing to consider. Backpack reloading. So, Combat Evolved has some pretty long reload animations. And if you want to not have to deal with those, all you have to do is double tap reload and switch your gun, and it'll reload in your pocket. Because watch this. It's fully reloaded. How did that happen? It's because I hit reload twice before putting it away. So because of that, you can basically play this game like Doom if you want. You can never... If you want, you can go through Combat Evolved without ever seeing a reload animation. Just always shooting your weapon. Your weapon's always ready to go. Your team lost, damn it. Okay. That was a lot of fun, though. Yeah, Combat Evolved's multiplayer is a lot of fun. Play it 2v2. Don't do 4v4. 4v4 is like a mess where you can't really get your bearings. Have I played Ruby's Rebalance Combat Evolved mod yet? I have not, but I should for a stream, right? Either way, guys, that was a lot of fun. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say goodnight to all of you so I can spend time with my beautiful wife. You guys are fun. You guys are awesome. The actual answer is play 2v2 with your friends. Matchmaking depersonalizes it. It's meant to be a fun, social, local multiplayer experience. You can do that, but I also think matchmaking is fine because you've only got one other player. So you sort of, like, without saying words, you begin to work with your buddy. You establish a bit of a fun, like... There's so few players that you do kind of bond with your teammate, even if no words are being said. Yeah. So I shall see you guys later. This was a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed the webcam, being able to see my face, my silly facial expressions, and everything I do with my hands. I'm somebody who kind of talks with my hands. But yeah, take care, guys.